Yo, 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 yo. Boiler room, boiler room, boiler room.
Infertility.
I was wondering.
This video is aimed at anyone who wants to learn more about infertility.
I was wondering if you're open to talking about your chat room policy.
That is in the bylaw.
Yes, please tell me what my chat room policy is.
It just saying silly comments.
YouTube chat.
So I blocked the people who were being rude and obnoxious to me. The moderator, or one of the moderators, blocked me. Another person was saying I was infertile.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
Why did they say those things?
It was just ridiculous.
I'm shooting blanks.
No, it had nothing to do with my biology.
So when you get blocked, does that mean that you can't conceive?
I have to BS people
Well, you better unblock them.
what's going on here.
They said I was infertile, and they said I'm talking gibberish. The infertile thing I feel pretty strongly about. But you smell like a fart.
Oh, sorry.
I'm there to have more gibberish discussion.
I am completely unable to fart.
That's probably the problem, honestly.
One person was saying I was just uttering gibberish.
These are great stories.
Infertile, silly, infertile, infertile, fart, infertile, silly,
Infertile,
infertile,
obnoxious. But I have to listen to this ridiculous BS
the S word.
in the live chat. They were just being rude and obnoxious.
So the moderator says to you, you're not allowed to say something like, you are
Infertile. So I blocked the moderator, or one of the moderators blocked me.
Well, you better conceive. A lot of different policies on disk. Get into the CDs. Infertile, silly, infertile, infertile, fart, infertile, silly,
Infertile,
infertile,
obnoxious.
get into YouTube chat.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The silly part to me,
It adds to it.
Clearly rude and obnoxious stuff.
Well, here we are once again, floating between Earth and that dark void that we call space. Hell of a lot to talk about, and only so much time to do it, so we better get right down to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. We got a little journey to take. A little journey through the unknown. Well, how's everybody doing? Good to see you all. PB, Bob Carmody, Mozzie, Schmegley, Aaron W, Mo and Noah, look swine. People, good to see you all. E-Rock, 121. Appreciate that. One of the greatest DJs of our time. I don't know if I can accept that compliment, but for now, we'll just let that slide. It's the accuracy of that. But let's get to it. We got a hell of a lot to talk about, like I said. And as usual, we are gonna start in a familiar place, that being the United States. All sorts of stuff to talk about there. I figured we'd start off real slow today. This was actually going to be sort of like a makeup for yesterday's missed Sunday Fun Day stream, so there might be some unexpected fun. Can't guarantee it, but perhaps in some places. Let's start off with perhaps a chuckle. Since we're going to start off with the US election, I figured we'd start off with this. Here is a little montage of poorly aged 90s commercials.
Read Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard, the owner's manual for the human mind. For only $5.95, it's a great investment.
Is that it?
Yourself.
Wow, it sounds affordable.
Imagine a world where you could do anything and leave old, inefficient ways of doing business behind. With new ways to find and share information,
oh boy.
AT&T can streamline the way
They're
you
right,
do
this didn't
business,
age well
so
at all.
There's no limit to what you can do.
When I joined Halliburton, I knew I was going to work on some big things. We put out a few fires at work. Once ran into a small challenge of getting some supplies to our troops. We built bridges, schools all over the world.
Oh no, is this going to be a Halliburton commercial?
Serving our troops good old American food. So they feel just a little closer to home.
Halliburton.
It is a Halliburton commercial.
You've got this huge customer.
Oh God. Oh my God.
You've received a shipment. Whose problem is this? Yours. That's why
that one's even worse.
Because only UPS captures signatures electronically. Then you can use UPS online tracking software to see your customer's actual signature. So when they say, "We never got it," you can say not only did you get it, but you don't dot your I's. UPS Online. Are you connected yet?
Mr. Fogel, no denying your body's changed over the years.
Yes.
Sir, this committee must know, did you ingest anything that helped create this change in your physique?
Yes.
Illegal.
Go on. Usually a 6-inch turkey breast sub for lunch and a foot-long veggie delight for dinner.
You get those over the counter?
Yes, at a Subway restaurant.
What is this? We're going to need more evidence.
Am I free to go?
Maybe they should have kept him there a little longer. Just saying.
By wagon. Whatever they needed, they made by hand.
Jesus
Made it the best it could be.
So many of these aged so bad.
In Amana, Iowa, the home of Amana Appliances, a Raytheon company.
Raytheon.
You make it the best it can be. Raytheon, where quality starts with fundamentals.
There's a vintage commercial. By the way, if anybody doesn't know the relevance of that last one, being poorly aged as Raytheon is no longer a company. Oh, I think I know what this one is too. Oh boy.
Welcome, analysts. The result has been a disappointing performance. Welcome, analysts. This was a challenging fiscal year.
Speak and you shall receive, Narwhal.
Due to unpredictable weather, earnings are down. Welcome, analysts. But as everyone knows, you can't predict the weather. There's nothing you can do about it.
Thanks, Ken. Ask why. Mm-hmm. Get right on that.
I think a Tic Tac is clearly better than a Certs.
Oh, yeah.
No, really. With only 1.5 calories, Tic Tac freshens your breath just as well as that does.
Oh, yeah? Oh. Well, let's see. I'm almost convinced. No.
Jesus Christ.
I am convinced.
Tic Tac.
This commercial didn't only not age well, it was, even in the 90s, this shit was like, come on.
You okay? I'm fine. Let's go. Hold on. Where are you?
I'm in New York.
Bad idea from beginning to
And
end.
who are you?
I'm Batman.
Sit down. You don't understand.
I'm Batman.
Not going anywhere for a while? Grab a Snickers.
I remember this commercial.
Citizen. My name is Batman. You could be my assistant.
Jesus Christ.
Would you like to ride with Batman?
Now this is the fear snake, the most venomous snake in the world.
Oh my God, it's Steve Irwin. Oh my God.
Luckily, we've had the anti-venom sent from America via FedEx. In my line of work, if you're not absolutely sure, you're absolutely dead. Oh, crikey. It appears we've used a different courier who hasn't arrived yet. It's okay because...
CTE not cured by Snickers bars? Gonna need some scientific proof for that one. Okay. Well, that's enough, I think, poorly aged 90s commercials for us to get, you know, the juices flowing here, if you will. Now let's go to something else that aged poorly. Here's President Joe Biden enjoying a calm post-election walk. You see what I did there? Went from poorly aged commercials to poorly aged presidents.
I'm staying in the race.
Jesus Christ. You know, you'd think Jill was walking at some incredible speed, but I mean, look, Joe is already losing ground on Jill right now in that walk. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Speaking of other stuff that aged poorly, let's go here to the first footage of both Biden and Harris together since the election. Yay. Doesn't even appear to be kind of holding the wreath. He's just there for moral support.
This is the last time I will stand here at Arlington as Commander-in-Chief. It's been the greatest honor of my life to lead you, to serve you, to care for you, to defend you, just as you defended us, generation.
That's enough. I've already had enough. I don't know about you, but it's time for me to move on, in my opinion. Jesus Christ. Okay. You know, let's wrap up. Let's really get into the discussion of the election here with this little wrap up from will probably undoubtedly be some kind of a copyright claim. Playing with fire. Wait, what's happening? Is this in the wrong order? Wait, please hold. What's happening? Please hold. I need to refresh my list. Something is wrong. Things aren't as they should be. Ah, you know what? I take it back. I debated you. We're not going to the Daily Show yet. First, I wanted to go to this because, you know, maybe we were all wrong. We were all wrong. Maybe there's still votes to count. Let's go to the AP archive. Oh, we got trucks. We got trucks full of votes, people. You know, I found fascinating though, because like this is actually old footage. Like this is the AP archive, so this is actually like days old, like multiple days old. What I found most fascinating about this footage, because if you all recall, just one election ago, these sorts of videos had like hundreds of thousands of views, with like right-wingers just in the comment section like it was their jobs, shouting about how, oh, the election is being stolen right now, and blah, blah, blah. This was footage from, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday, Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, of trucks bringing ballots in, but you don't hear them complaining about that anymore. I would point out.
It's a funny story. I came out here back in.
Although they got the one.
Canvas.
By they, I meant everyone but this one woman who decided that it was her civic duty to come out here and, I don't know, just stand with the flag. It's not clear what it is she's doing, aside from being moral support for the votes themselves. But hey, you know, each person's journey is different. Okay, let's move it along. Let's go here. Big presidential auction coming up. Let's hear about it from PBS NewsHour. Ooh, very exciting.
Finally tonight, if you're in the market for some rare presidential memorabilia and you've got deep pockets, have we got an auction for you? This is one of the rarest American flags in existence.
It's April 14th, 1865.
And it's about to go on the auction block.
Certainly amongst the marquee items is this really quite significant flag that draped the coffin of President Lincoln following his tragic assassination. As the coffin was loaded onto a train in Washington and then embarked on a historic run from Washington to Philadelphia to New York City, on to other stops as it made its way to Springfield, Illinois, where the president was.
So yeah, I mean, if you got like, you know, at least I think like $1 million or more, which is what I believe this flag is slated to go for, you can get in on this tasty piece of dead president history. Just saying. But also, I would say that if you do have that kind of money to throw around, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network first before you go bidding on the flag. I mean, what's a, you know, like, I'm just fucking with you. It was supposed to be a Sunday Funday video. All right, let's move along to this wrap up from the Daily Report or Daily Show. Yeah, that's the name of it. Oh my god. What a fucking week. Is it Monday already? Good god. This week is giving off real last week vibes.
But instead of breaking the glass ceiling, last night America decided to get back with her dirtbag ex, and I had no idea how much she missed him.
Overnight, a stunning victory for Donald Trump. Blowing through the so-called blue wall of Midwest states.
In county after county across the country, improving on his margin of victory in past races.
Suburban areas, rural areas, even big cities and bluer parts of the map, all tipped in his direction.
It is a sweeping and stunning victory, unlike any in our history. It will be studied and debated for generations.
We're gonna last generations?
I feel like, I don't know, maybe this is just me, but I feel like she's either really, really high or she just got done crying. Could be both. Could be both. She could have just gotten done smoking a sad joint.
We're gonna last generations? That is the optimism I was
Who's
looking
to say?
for. Thanks, George Slopadopoulos. That's your legal name now.
Yes, true. That's a good point.
Trump is on track.
She makes a very good point. From now on, I'm pretty sure, at least effective January, what is it, 20th, George Stephan whatever is now George Slopadopoulos, and forevermore into eternity. So that's at least one thing for us to look forward to.
Win every single swing state and the popular vote. Just like the relationship between Trump and Eric, this one wasn't close at all. Oh my God.
Ooh, burn. Okay, you know, we're gonna move on from the comedy, get a little bit more serious here. 20 likes. Do we have 20 likes? Okay. Okay, please hold. Ooh, that's an OG bacula right there. What's that? 19. Old school and the new school. All right. What's next? You know what? Let's talk. Let's get right into it. Let's talk about what's about to go down and what's been going down behind the scenes. That being Donald Trump's shadow cabinet. That's right. He has been hard at work, hopefully not literally, appointing people ahead of his being, inaugurated, all of that fancy stuff. The slate of characters that we have to look forward to is looking, well, just god dang exciting. I mean, my God. And by that I mean horrifying. But let's start off with Donald Trump's deportation plan, because people are upset about that, probably rightly so. Perhaps some more than others. But generally speaking, it is going to probably be a disaster for many. Let's go first to New York to see some people protesting this potential future plan. Uh-oh, what just happened?
President-elect Trump promising mass deportations on day one of his second term. And today, thousands of protesters took to the streets in a show of solidarity and defiance against Trump. Duarte Geraldino was in the middle of it all and has this report.
Thousands of people, backed by more than 30 groups, took to the streets Saturday, marching from Columbus Circle to Bryant Park.
And we're here to send a message loud and clear after the election that even though this administration is going to target...
I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at this guy. I just noticed that I don't think I've ever had them up at the same time, but does it not look like Worf is like whispering something into Bacula's ear, or he's like about to kiss his forehead or something? Like, it's hilarious. It's gonna be okay, Bacula.
Immigrant communities, it's going to target people of color, low-income people of color, that we're here to stay, right? We're not retreating into the shadows. We're actually going to be more visible and powerful than ever.
Trump's victory on Tuesday increases the chances he'll keep his promise to roll back Immigration benefits that keep families together, like temporary protected status, which allows migrants to stay in the U.S. with their families. Central promise of Donald Trump's presidential campaign was mass deportations. New York City has about 400,000 undocumented immigrants. If that promise comes to pass, it would have a huge impact on life in the city. Nuestro futuro, our future, that's what they say they're marching for. Janeri Solis is a U.S. citizen raised here in New York. She brought her young children to the march.
I have a daughter and a son, but also like her rights. You know, her rights feel like they've been taken away by the rhetoric that Trump is spewing.
Like many, Janeri worries about family members who might be forced to leave if Trump follows through on mass deportations. A study by FWD.US shows more than 19 million Latinos in America live with an immigrant relative, and about a third could face family separations under Trump's.
Yep. Those are the initial reports right now. A third of Hispanic Americans could be subjected to some kind of family separation due to this Donald Trump policy, which is coming in very quickly, especially you will see here shortly. Ah, boy. You know, I this is me completely not projecting. Well, I guess, yeah, to some degree projecting, perhaps, my own sort of thoughts and feelings onto these people. But I just get this sort of sense of, like, just deflatedness among, you know, usually NYC rallies are a little bit more boisterous. And I just get this feeling that people are just in this sort of pessimistic mood right now. And rightfully so, considering what we just all went through and we're kind of looking forward to here. Now, before we go talking more about Trump's well, let's talk about it in a slightly different way here. We watched part of this interview this week.
Policies meant that either asylum seekers could not even apply for asylum in the United States, even though asylum is something that we abide to because of our own international law and because of international agreements. And it said that, and the Remain in Mexico policy said that if we were to accept asylum seekers to apply for asylum, they had to wait while their cases were adjudicated in northern Mexico. While people waited in northern Mexico for either Title 42 to go away or for the Remain in Mexico policy to be allowed in, people lived in terrible encampments where they were regularly raped, tortured, mugged. It was absolutely brutal, the conditions there. In fact, I once interviewed a woman who had fostered a child during Trump's zero tolerance policy, the policy that Trump implemented that separated children from their parents while in detention. And this woman who had fostered one of these little kids, who was separated from his father while crossing the border because of the Trump administration, said right now, the Biden administration's Remain in Mexico policy is basically a zero tolerance policy in reverse. Why? The conditions in northern Mexico were so brutal that some parents made the heart-wrenching decision of sending their children across the border because unaccompanied minors were the only ones who could get into the United States while their parents had to wait in northern Mexico. Even recently, the Biden campaign.
It's true. It's only going to get worse. All right. We're not going to listen to that whole thing because we already listened to part of it earlier this week, sort of in anticipation of all this. How did I just lose my place? Oh, right. Okay, here we go. Let's get back to it. Now, you are probably familiar with Representative Jim Jordan. He I've heard him floated around as a potential for the future Trump admin, but currently a representative of, what is it? North Carolina? I always forget where. Either way, asshole Jim Jordan was asked about who would be targeted first in the Trump deportation effort by, well, not anybody's favorite person here, but just figured it's important to.
I want to move on to immigration. There are a lot of things that you just said that I think aren't totally fact-based. So they say that they're for free speech, but there are a lot of things that we know are not happening. I want to ask about immigration.
Came together.
Well,
all
maybe.
because of the attacks on the First Amendment on free. This is something our committee spent a bunch of time.
He is Ohio. Jesus Christ.
We pointed that out.
Let's turn to immigration. Top Trump advisor Stephen Miller says that mass deportations of undocumented immigrants will begin as soon as Donald Trump takes office. I want to play this out for the American people so that they understand what exactly is going to happen. First of all, he takes office. Who's targeted first?
Well, he's already said that. People have migrants here who committed crimes, criminal.
How are you going to find them?
The ones who committed crimes, you go after them. We've had.
But I mean, like who actually?
Whose daughter was killed. We've had Rachel Morin's family who came in and talked.
How are they going to be found? Is it going to be the military? Is it going to be local law enforcement?
One example.
1.3 million migrants have already had their asylum case adjudicated, been in front of a judge, and the judge says you do not qualify under the law. We're the party of the rule of law. Those 1.3 million, they don't qualify under the law.
My question is how you get them.
They're supposed to be removed. They have a removal order. You start there. You start with the criminals. You start with the people who've already been.
I want to understand. So people say, like, let's say one of these people is living in their apartment complex. Is the military going to come in? Is it the local law enforcement? How is it actually physically going to work?
The Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security will work with local law enforcement, and we'll focus on the people who 1.3 million already been in front of a judge and said, no, you're not entitled to stay here. You have to be removed. There's an order there, a court of law. They've had their due process. They've had the whole process play out.
So let's move on beyond that population, non-criminals, people who are in the country who are not legal citizens, those who have not committed crimes.
We're starting with the criminal element.
I know, but after that.
1.3. Well, we'll start there and then go from that point.
At no point during this interview, just so you know, this is the whole interview. We're going to stop it right here because for the next 2.5 minutes, all he does is ignore that question. He has zero answer for what happens once they get rid of those first initial, 1.5 million people.
Illegal.
No fucking plan. No clear plan whatsoever. Which should give people concerns, right? Because when does that stop? When does any of that stop? And the fact is, even the first wave is going to be incredibly just destructive on multiple levels. Not just for people's families, but for the American economy as well. Let's not forget that illegal migrants actually contribute a hell of a lot in taxes to things like Social Security, which they don't even take from, to the tune of billions of dollars a year. So you get rid of them, suddenly there's a huge hole in that. Fuck, my brain just broke. You know exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm going to keep it moving because I'm getting a little distracted. Let's stay focused specifically on these deportations. Let's now go here to Reuters from 15 hours ago, as Donald Trump has now named the individual
perhaps unshockingly to most, man who is going to be the border czar for the future Trump administration. Let's find out who that's going to be. Spoiler alert. It's not good. It's not good.
U.S. President-elect Donald Trump continued to fill the roster for his administration over the weekend. The billionaire on Sunday tapped Tom Haman to be in charge of the country's borders. Haman is the former acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE.
Yeah, so this guy is the former head of ICE, and he's now going to be in charge of, the border czar position, which I am honestly not entirely clear as to what it is, but supposedly is supposed to be, from my understanding, the guy that figures out what the cause of people wanting to come to the country is. At least that's what we were saying it was for Kamala, and that's, from my own research, that's what it was. But it's not clear entirely to me what he will be doing. But seeing as he's former ICE, my guess is any sort of solutions he comes up with are going to be incredibly punitive.
He served in Trump's administration for a year and a half during his first term, and has also been considered a contender for Secretary of Homeland Security. Trump made cracking down on illegal immigration a central element of his campaign. In a post on Truth Social, he said that as border czar, Haman will oversee the deportation of illegal immigrants. The president-elect is in the process of meeting with potential candidates for positions in his administration.
Okay, so yeah. There's the first among many future appointees we can look forward to. Ah, boy. Where are we going next? Yes. Let's go here. Now, this one's not official yet. I don't think I've actually seen I haven't seen a YouTube video on it yet, but I have seen reports. I've read a couple of reports on this, and it looks like this guy here you can look forward to potentially being head of the State Department. That being Brian Hook. No, actually, no. Let's go to this first. Then we'll go to ours.
Questioning vaccines and calling for the elimination of entire departments tasked with overseeing.
Please hold.
Questioning vaccines.
What is Iran's endgame? How does it benefit that country to provoke the U.S. to attack and kill U.S. soldiers?
Oh my God.
Iran is a closed country, and the outside world rarely gets a glimpse inside. We don't know much about the religious zealots who run the country or even the Iranian people. But our next...
I'm sorry, I forgot that we don't have to listen to Trey Gowdy talk. We should try and avoid listening to him talk as much as possible.
For Iranian deniability in these most recent attacks.
Oh my God.
Trey,
is it just me, or do these two guys literally look like they just left a Nazi rally? Like a fancy one, undoubtedly, but am I wrong? Is anybody else getting those vibes from these two?
Iran is up to is they are trying to get the United States out of the Middle East. And that has been the objective of this theocratic regime for 41 years, ever since the Ayatollah Khomeini came into power. That has been their objective. They're a revolutionary regime, and they are committing all of these attacks against American forces in the region in order to get our troops out. President Biden right now is conducting a failed foreign policy that is putting our troops in danger. Our troops have been attacked over 200 times in Iraq and Syria during the Biden administration.
So this was from 9 months ago on Fox News. But you know what I found strange? I don't know what compelled me to do this, but I did a little quick Google search of Nazi officers, and the first thing that came up was like this right here. You can't tell me that these two guys don't have a shocking similarity. Like, it's honestly, it's a little freaky. This guy genuinely looks like his grandfather. Like, they could be identical twins. I'm just saying, he just happens to look like a Nazi officer. I'm not saying he is. That's not proof of anything.
And the 5 American troops who have recently died is tragic. And the president has got to reverse a failed foreign policy, if for nothing else than to protect the 30,000 troops we have in the Middle East.
It's hard for many, if not most of us, to grasp sitting down at the negotiating table with a country like Iran, but you've done it. I mean, you did it on nuclear weapons and you've done it on hostages. So what does work as far as deterring Iran?
The only language that Iran understands is pressure and force. And President Trump put in place a campaign of maximum economic pressure. The president of Iran, while we were in office, said that our sanctions cost the regime over $200 billion. Now,
So yeah, I mean, this guy's plan, if you can't figure it out, is going to be incredibly bad for the Middle East. I mean, this guy was actually part of the team that ended the Iran nuclear deal. Right here, he's talking about adding more sanctions to Iran, as if somehow that's the plan. But it's just like, this is what you have to look forward to here for the Middle East. And, you know, people who were voting Trump as some sort of, you know, very misguided, at least in my estimation, like counter vote to Kamala as regards potential future Middle East policy. I think this is what you have to look forward to. So my guess is this guy's not going to be making the Middle East better than the Harris administration would have. This is all hypothetical right now, but just saying, this guy does not have good plans for the Middle East. I will tell you that right now. If you want to know more about it, quick Google will elucidate, but we must continue down this horrifying path to here. Let's talk about this, because RFK Jr. may very well be in charge of the FDA, the USDA, and a number of other administrations, is that, you know, will have real world effects. Let's go to CNN quickly, talk about that.
Questioning vaccines and calling for the elimination of entire departments tasked with overseeing public health. That is what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been doing, not just this election cycle, but also for years. And CNN is reporting that he has been seen around Mar-a-Lago since Donald Trump's win, milling about the Club Wednesday, which is now really the center of the political universe, reinforcing the views and fears of some that Trump really will task him with going wild on public health in the new administration. Kennedy has no experience in public health. He's an environmental attorney, but that has not stopped him from being one of the leading proponents of anti-vaccine conspiracy theories for years. So what does this mean? Joining me right now is Dr. Paul Offit, the director of the Vaccine Education Center at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. He's also a member of the FDA Vaccine Advisory Committee. Doctor, thank you. Before I show some of what Kennedy's views on public health, overall, what do you think RFK Jr. having power over public health in this country will mean for this country?
Well, to be honest, I can't believe we're actually having this conversation. I mean, if you look that science and technological advances have allowed us to live 30 years longer than we did 100 years ago. And now you have this man, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's a science denialist, a virulent anti-vaccine activist, a conspiracy theorist, who will have some sway over public health. Nothing good can come of that. He denies those advances. He simply declares his own scientific truths. It's a dangerous moment.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, and he is a known vaccine skeptic. He has been a dominant force in promoting vaccine conspiracy theories and misinformation for years. He said in July, I want to read it, quote, "There's no vaccine that is safe and effective." But then he also told NBC News on Wednesday, "I've never been anti-vaccine," and said this, listen to this.
if vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away. People have a choice, and that choice ought to be informed by the best information. So I'm going to make sure the scientific safety studies and efficacies are out there, and people can make individual assessments about whether.
That's a great way to do public policy, is to just sort of let people do whatever they want, especially like medical stuff, because most people are definitely equipped, educated enough to do their own assessment of health related stuff. And of course I'm being sarcastic because it's a stupid way to do things. And you know, if you're the guy that's supposed to be in charge of these sorts of organizations, you might want to distribute information that's actually going to make things more clear for people rather than making the waters more, you know, sort of opaque and muddy. Looney Tunes, thank you for the resub. 6 months.
that product is going to be good for them.
Doctor, you're the co-inventor of a vaccine that has been recommended for children in the United States and around the world for years and has saved lives. How do you respond to what he's saying?
He said if vaccines are working for some people, the polio vaccine has virtually eliminated a virus that caused 30,000 cases of paralysis and 1,500 deaths a year. The Haemophilus influenza B vaccine, that bacterial vaccine, has virtually eliminated the 20 to 25,000 cases of meningitis and bloodstream infections. The diphtheria vaccine has eliminated what was the most common killer of teenagers. The pertussis or whooping cough vaccine have virtually eliminated the 8,000 deaths. If vaccine.
Yeah, a lot of those diseases plagued the olden days before modern medicine. But hey, maybe we'll get a glimpse of that here in the future soon. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to revisit all of that with RFK in charge. Although some people in chat seem to be dubious as to whether RFK will even be confirmed. Is that relating to Donald Trump, like, sort of just deciding he's had enough of RFK? Look, buddy, I've had enough of your silly voice. Okay, you can't keep going around talking like, oh, I can't. That's too much, man. Can't have it. All right, let's move it along. You know, I found fascinating this. You know, we're gonna move on now from the, what do you call? Well, maybe not even necessarily. I guess this guy could get a job in government too. Who's to say? Pretty much anything I think could happen in the next 4 years.
When she was trying to run for president, Tulsi Gabbard nuked her out of orbit, and that.
God dang it!
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, thanks for the super chat or super sticker, PB. Oh, that's awesome. Is that a super peach? Or a pear? Super pear? Flying through the air? What is that there?
And I couldn't, even after we got off the phone last night, I was like, I'm going to go to bed now and get a few. And then I just had to watch clips.
What time did I call you? Like 3?
3:30, something like that.
Yeah, I was just sitting in front of YouTube watching professional pool on TV going, what the fuck is going on? So, turns out, voting works.
What? What? Oh my god. Really? Really, I love this sort of just turn on a dime Joe Rogan is doing. It tells you just how much effort he had previously put into his beliefs about this. It's fascinating, honestly, because all it took was for the person that he wanted to win for him to suddenly be like, oh, you know what? All that non-effort I put in was all actually bullshit, and I was wrong. Me, the guy who has literally like, what is it, over platforms? He's probably got like 15 plus million followers over like multiple platforms. One of literally the biggest audiences on the planet. Like, oh, you know what? Actually, I was totally wrong about that thing that we talked about literally constantly every day. And you know, all it took was for the guy I wanted to win. So there we go. That's how I form my opinions, Joe Rogan.
And then I just had to watch clips.
What time did I call you? Like 3?
3:30, something like that.
Yeah, I was just sitting in front of YouTube watching professional pool on TV going, what the fuck is going on? So, turns out, voting works.
Oh my God. It's
crazy. Real. As much as we fucking thought they had it rigged, as much as we thought there were shenanigans and...
This guy is such an idiot. Like, watching his brain attempt to work on anything is truly fascinating. It's almost, it reminds me of like being at the zoo, honestly, watching the J Rogan experience. It's a weird vibe at all times.
Bullshit, and it's just a puppet show, and there's no way anybody could buck the system. Turns out, voting is still real.
At least partially.
I love it. I love how Dave Smith, head of the Libertarian Party, or is it the head? No, he's just one of the main idiots, I think, at the Libertarian Party. I love how he heard that in there. He was like, you know what? We better hold on to that for later, actually, because we're probably going to be losing some elections at some point unless Donald Trump actually goes full authoritarianism and just sort of ends the voting. I just love how Dave Smith has to get in there. I mean, he didn't even waste a second to be like, hey, for now, we'll say voting is good for now, and then maybe next election cycle we'll go back to claiming that, election is completely rigged and blah, 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 because it'll probably come in handy at some point. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Sasha. But I mean, if anybody's familiar with Dave Smith, he's not the most intellectually rigorous guy.
At least if it's too big to rig.
Yes.
And clearly he was too
big. Oh, it was too big to rig. No, of course, that makes sense.
Wasn't it? It was crazy.
Joe, even Joe picked up on this. Oh yeah, you're right. It was too big to rig because of how much people love Trump. Wow, I thought it was too. I thought people really loved Trump last time. He didn't even get more votes this time. It's the same. He got the same number of votes. It's too big this time, but it's like these guys don't spend any time on actually assessing the stuff they say. I swear to God. It was too big, even though it was literally almost to the vote, the same number of votes that he got. It's just wild. Ooh, wow. That's a sassy lemon. That's one sassy lemon right there. All right, that's enough J Rogan. Literally less than a minute, I know, but it's too much. It's always too much.
That's too much, man.
All right. Now, let's talk about a group of people that really identify with Joe Rogan. And they certainly love his podcast. Sorry to say, that group of people is young men.
Did an election that was supposed to revolve around women's issues actually come down to the plight of men, young men? The 2024 race long ago turned into the boys versus girls election, with polls showing Harris performing significantly better among women and Trump among men. But the question was, how big will the gender gap actually be? Well, we all know now it was big enough to hand Donald Trump the presidency. More than half of the male vote nationwide, 55%, went to Trump, 42% to Harris. Men under 30 saw a dramatic shift from supporting Democrats in 2020 by a 15 percentage point margin to swinging back to the GOP by 13 points. A CNN...
Yeah, now that is a disturbing trend. But this one back here, if you go back to this pie chart, this was pretty much the same, if I recall correctly, to the 2020 vote, too, for men. However, this one is not. Back in 2020, men under 30 went much, as you can see here, went much more Democratic than they did in this election.
An exit poll also found men under 30 in Pennsylvania favored Trump by 21 points. In 2020, Biden won that same group by 9 points.
Shift, 16 points.
Part of President-elect Donald Trump's campaign strategy involved using hyper-masculine voices like Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock, UFC CEO Dana White. Democrats may have miscalculated the strength and importance in appealing to men. On their party's website, under the headline, Who We Serve, Democrats showed a diverse list of minority groups, including LGBTQ+, Americans with disabilities, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, women, many other communities. No mention of men.
You know, this to me is a frustrating sort of complaint to even address. But, like, while I understand some people perhaps feeling left out by this, the fact is it's implicit. It's implicit that you're going to be served. That's how our democracy has worked from the beginning. If you're a man, a young man, listening to this right now, I just want to remind you that since 1776, you have been the main focus of democracy for the last 250 fucking years. Okay, it's always been that way, and it's not going to be changing anytime soon. From what I can, even if not certainly not anytime soon now. But the point is, even if Kamala Harris had become president, even with the lack of mention of men, I would point out there are men who are Latinos, there are ethnic men, there are ethnic Democrats abroad, there are Asian American and Pacific Islander men, there are men with disabilities, there are African American men, rural men. You know what I mean? Like, all of these things can apply to you. So stop acting like you're being ignored just because you weren't specifically mentioned in a group about specific, or a list about specific groups other than you, because that's kind of the point. Because you're the implicit group, underlying group it's always going to be served, and then these are the other groups that we're going to be, hypothetically served by Democrats. But no, some people looked at this list and thought, "Oh God, they're going to deport us. They're going to deport all the men. We're gone. We're all gone."
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
You might remember back in August, I noted this, made reference to the omission in a conversation that I had with Professor Scott Galloway.
The Democratic Party right now, Michael, is facing the same issues as some of the DEI apparatus at universities. And that is when you are purposely and explicitly advocating for 76% of the population.
Once again, this is the exact same sort of outrage Scott Galloway. And the fact is the thing about Scott Galloway that frustrates me the most is that he tends to, at least 10% to like 30% of the time, assess what the problem is. He never seems to have any fucking solutions, but more importantly, he always seems to go back to this sort of like male grievance culture in a way that I find to be toxic still, and that I don't find to be constructive, right? Even though I know that he wants to, he certainly tries more than a lot of sort of male grievance people out there. Sort of, he does it with less misogyny than your average person. But the fact is, let's not forget, Scott here is, first off, a professor at New York University Business School. Not exactly the most liberal place. He's also a multi mil. I think he might even be nearly a billionaire. I know he's certainly in the 9 figures club. So, I mean, this guy, I like that he wants to appear like, you know, normal guy concerned about everybody's issues, but he's in no way a normal dude. The most normal thing about him is being a professor.
Are you advocating for them, or are you discriminating against the 24%? And that's how I think a lot of young men feel. Quite frankly, they just don't feel.
But this sort of logic is so dumb. I gotta hit this again, but it's just, once again, referring to other people than men does not mean you're suddenly not going to be serving men. Okay, and to suggest it is disingenuous, and this sort of narcissistic, selfish, like, worldview of like, if I'm not being mentioned right now, then I'm being completely ignored. Well, have you ever been a minority before? Try that.
By the Democratic Party.
In the final months of the election, Donald Trump reached out to young male voters on popular platforms that they subscribe to. His campaign even consulted Trump's youngest son, Barron, on where to find this audience. Trump did lengthy interviews with Joe Rogan, Theo Von, Logan Paul, bussin' with the boys on Barstool, Aiden Ross. He played golf with YouTube pranksters known as the Nelk Boys. His 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan last month reached 55 million listeners and resulted in Rogan's late endorsement for Trump on election eve. After clinching the presidency early Wednesday morning, Trump and his family and his campaign surrogates took to the stage to thank their supporters. UFC CEO Dana White gave a personal shout out to the manosphere.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Jesus Christ.
Joining me now is NYU Business School professor Scott Galloway. He's the host of the podcast Professor G. Great to have you back. We've all heard of toxic masculinity. What is aspirational masculinity?
Good to be with you, Michael. Aspirational, feeling good about being a man, believing you are entitled to more economic opportunity than is currently presented.
Wow,
Look,
see, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like this particular part of his analysis, I would say is totally fine. You should be fine with feeling like with being a man, and you should be able to like desire to have better economic opportunity, because the current state of things is bad, right? But it's not just men who are having bad economic opportunities, okay? And to sort of frame it like that's the case is disingenuous. I have 30 likes. All right, sorry, I'm gonna go back here.
Like most of the I was going to discuss, you've already kind of stolen my thunder, but essentially this was supposed to be the election, the referendum on bodily autonomy. This was the testosterone election. Look at who Trump went out. Look at who and what he went all in on. Crypto, Elon Musk, rockets, cars. You talk about podcasts. There's a difference between being right and being effective. Whether we can discuss whether his.
I love how those aren't even just those aren't even policies. Those are just things, just broadly things, like things that could be described as like hobbies. I don't see how rockets, crypto, and cars are going to help anyone.
Policies are right or not, but let's talk about effective. That number you mentioned, a total of 55 million people listen to or watch the Rogan podcast. The average age is 34, skews male. Just to talk about broadcast television, some of the best shows on MSNBC, seen as a left kind of leaning network, get 1 million viewers, and the average age is 70. And it skews female. So what would be more effective? 1 million 7-year-old women or 55 million 34-year-old men in your state, the swingiest of swing states? Young men were 9 points towards Biden in 2020 and then 18 points toward Trump in 24. That's a tectonic shift. And it all comes down, in my opinion, to the same thing. A 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30 for the first time in America's history.
And Scott has literally no solutions for that. Zero solutions for that. That's the thing that I hate about Scott, because he hits it. He hits the point, and then he does not come with solutions whatsoever. He could talk about, like, you know, leftist economic things, but he's not really a leftist. He's a business school guy, and he, you know, his solution is, you know, get entrepreneurs out there and get the crypto going. That's like kind of what that's kind of what he or maybe I'm wrong about his solutions, but that's how I see this guy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he happens to get like some of the analysis right, and then just doesn't come with any solution. He's just very frustrating to me. Because it just feels like instead of giving any real constructive feedback, he just goes into the grievance culture, and he's like, you know, that's why people are justified in being sort of, you know, shitty and for voting for Trump and like all this other stuff. It's like, ugh, okay, Scott. Now, do you have any? No, you don't have any. Okay, all right. Well, then let's move on to here. Talk more about young men in general, as they are seemingly apparently a huge voting demographic in the United States, so I hear. And apparently Democrats did not do super good with them in this election cycle. Let's go to one of our media. We actually watched part of this interview, I think, like months ago.
We needn't let self-development for men with the goal of being a better partner and achieving romantic success automatically equate to misogyny, because if you don't have anything to say on that very important thing to young men, Andrew Tate has plenty to say, and they will flock to him, right? So if you you have to provide some sort of alternative.
I'll be the first to admit it. I've tended to talk about incels as either being threatening, aggressive, hostile, misogynistic, or as being objects of disdain. And that's quite a callous way, and a really reductive way, to talk about people who are experiencing loneliness and a lack of connection with others. And I do genuinely believe that journalists and human beings more generally should try to be motivated by curiosity and empathy. So for a while now, I've wanted to do a downstream about the subject of incels with an expert in the field. And at last, that day has arrived. I'm joined by William Costello, PhD student at the University of Texas at Austin, and author of some of the most extensive and serious research on the psychology of incels that there is out there.
Right.
There are some things that we disagree on, as you'll see, but there are some facts in his work that are deserving of proper attention. In William Costello's research, 30% of his sample of incels met the diagnostic criteria for autism. Just to be clear, no one is saying that people with autism are more violent or more misogynistic than the rest of the population at large. But what William Costello's research looks at is the way in which autism makes men more vulnerable to incel ideology, and the bi-directional relationship between poor mental well-being and incel ideology.
Yeah.
We talk about dating on the apps, the ingredients.
Yep. And this is a fascinating conversation, and there's no way we're going to be able to watch the whole thing. It's 2 hours long. So that's just to sort of get you ready, prepared for what we're about to go through. We're not going to do the whole thing. No way we have time for that.
Thanks for having me.
And secondly, because I noticed you tweeted about it a little bit, what's your take on the Kendrick Lamar-Drake rap beef?
Interesting. I was talking to another master's student of evolutionary psychology. She goes to Brunel here in London, where I did my master's, and she's a very smart lady, and she kind of often analyzes the psychology of like modern rap music. And she noticed that the kind of derogation tactics that modern rappers are now derogating fathering qualities, which is so interesting. Like, that's kind of a million miles away from how rappers used to derogate each other in the 90s, let's say. It wouldn't be about, oh, you're a bad dad. That was not a kind of insult.
Yeah, it was much more like, you know, I fucked your wife.
Right, kind of more, hostile aggression. But she suggests that maybe fathering qualities are becoming more important, given that modern women are earning their own money and kind of...
Women don't have to worry about inceldom. We're going to push back on that later. But I would disagree with that.
You know, doing their own thing on that front, so then other qualities become more salient. And that fits with some other research. I'm writing a paper with a guy called Mac and Murphy about how over recent decades, physical attractiveness has become more and more important to women in their reports of what they say and how much they value physical attractiveness. But also there's converging lines of evidence, like every man in his 20s to 30s is a recreational bodybuilder, right? We all go to the gym, like, kind of, that's incredibly exploded since the 80s. Men are starting to use makeup, caring way more about their image in terms of fashion. Body dysmorphia is rapidly increasing in men and actually on track to overtake women's body dysmorphia in the next decade.
That I found
really surprising.
Yeah, like he finds it. I also found that surprising. That statistic shocking. Also the one about autism as it relates to sort of incel ideology. But I think this one was even more shocking to me. That men's body dysmorphia figures were going to overtake women's, because for a very long time that was not really even a question so much.
And that's largely driven by the gym bro kind of body dysmorphia culture of not getting as many gains as you think you need.
So I introduced my husband to moisturizing, but at what cost?
Right, yeah. Well, that's the direction of travel. Yeah, it's we're going to call the paper The Ape That Evolved into a Peacock. So it's kind of like humans are typically a reversal of many species, whereby take the peacock, for example. The peahen is very drab and not very bright, whereas the peacock is very exuberant, the male, and the female peahen selects for the brightest plumage, whereas in humans, it's the female that puts the emphasis on physical attractiveness. So that might be coming back into equilibrium now, given that women are earning their own resources and kind of taking care of themselves on that front.
It's science.
When they're free of having to select men.
Hold on. Let's we cannot watch this whole thing, but I'm gonna try and hit a few spots in here. Where should we go? I guess we'll just sort of skip ahead to this section.
Lorraine, what made you study the psychology of incels? How did that begin?
I come from an evolutionary psychology background, and we focus a lot on human mating psychology, which I think is important to investigate because...
You know, if I keep seeing a chatter suggesting that women can't be incels. But I guess my question to you, do you believe that any sex is better than no sex, right? Even if that act would make you feel bad about yourself or dirty, or you wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like, even if it would make your self-worth be diminished, would you suggest that's better than none at all? Is that what you're suggesting? Is it just having the ability, even if it's something you don't want, right? That's better? Because that, to me, I think is lacking a whole lot of sort of pretty basic analysis on psychology.
We're a sexually reproducing species. Every human being alive on planet Earth today is here because an unbroken chain of ancestors solved the problem of mating to reproduce.
Not me, I just hatched, fully formed under a moist
You
rock.
just materialized. Very good. It's hugely important to humans. It's a fundamental human drive. We build billion-dollar industries around it in dating apps, cosmetic surgery to look more attractive. We write poetry over mating. We go to war over mates. So it's really important to humans. So to think that there's this group of modern young men who see themselves outside of accessing that at all. I was very interested to see the effects on themselves and what effects that would bring about in terms of their attitudes towards others. Some people say to me, well, why do incels care so much about, sexual and romantic relationships? And I'm like, why does anyone? I mean, everyone cares. That's like the number one concern for a lot of people. It's a tall order to simply ask incels, have you considered just simply not caring about this massively important thing?
Sure, and that's, to me, is a very sort of, what's the word? Not just out of touch, but just sort of dismissive and like kind of almost cruel sort of suggestion. Like, if you ever consider not wanting it, like, I mean, that's going much too far. Because, like, I mean, if you genuinely want it, then of course it is frustrating for you. It could be more, right? I mean, people struggle with this, right? And it's not, we can't, I'm not here to diminish that, of course. Not in any way. And that's just, people do want connections, right? And I think that kind of brings it back to what I was talking about, though, with women. It's like, if everybody wants a connection, but say you can't find somebody who actually makes you happy, who actually makes you feel safe, who, I don't want to go down the list of all these sorts of things, but my point is like, say you're struggling as a woman to find somebody. It's the same sort of situation. I mean, maybe you view this differently, but I guess in my estimation, like, that's still a legitimate struggle that people are going through, right? And you can't just suggest that because somebody could find anything that therefore, like, their dissatisfaction is somehow negated. It's like, oh, well, you have, it's like saying, I'm trying to think of a good sort of analogy here, but it's like saying that, you have a job, why do you want a raise, right? Like, you have a job, why do you want workers' rights? Blah, blah, blah.
I guess you could try to direct them to focusing on cultivating relationships more broadly, which is important because they do retreat from society and don't have friends, and it's a broader loneliness issue. But I don't demean the social pain of feeling sexually invisible. That is a real social pain to me. Like, some of the most rich, conscious experiences available to humans are your romantic relationships and the prospect of them. So feeling like you're outside of that, it was a kind of an interesting thing to analyze for me. And then on the other side of things, I thought it was like the sweet spot of a research topic because there was lots of media attention, lots of government attention, lots of worry about this topic, but not a lot of research. So at the time I started, it was one of the few studies to have primary responses from incels at all. It's growing now, but still very much in its infancy. And it's proven a good research topic of choice so far. Yeah.
I think we might skip. I don't think we need to listen to this whole section. I think we all genuinely know what we're talking about.
One of the things that you've written about is that incel culture is perceived as a crisis of violence, whereas in reality, you're talking about it as a crisis of suicide.
Yeah, so I think the data seem to suggest that one of the primary risk factors from incels is this high level of suicidality. And that fits with a lot of data because we know from previous work that two of the biggest predictors of male suicidal ideation are failures in mating and feeling like you're a burden on your kin. So incels fit both of those criteria very saliently. So they're obviously failing in their mating goals. But they're also very likely to live with their parents into adulthood and be underemployed low levels of employment,
Yeah.
that feeling like burdensomeness to.
And that sort of stuff is being exacerbated by the current state of the, economic system that we have right now, the inequality, the housing crisis, all these things that we talk about ad nauseum on this channel that we keep trying to figure out how to fucking solve would address at least a portion of this, right? If you're, having to live at home, I mean, let's be real. Trying to have a dating life from home as an adult is, come on. That is really tough. That is a legitimately difficult thing to even sort of, it's like a dance. And it's like, you got your parents around. Trying to make all that work and it's not exactly a turn on, right? So there's a lot going on there that, but yeah, I think at least to some degree, some amount of this would be solved if we could fix some of this, rampant inequality we have in our fucking system.
Is salient for incels too. In terms of the risk factor from incels, I think we need to maybe contextualize it a little bit different, because incels have been presented as the new terrorist group threat, and they're very, very different from other terrorist groups in terms of their levels of violence and just in terms of how organized they are. So they're not very organized or in agreement about a collective end goal to engage in political violence for. So in that sense, they're very, very different from any terrorist group. They're not very mobilized offline in any way. There's not strong evidence to suggest they meet each other offline at all, but hardly ever compared to other groups. So the way I would characterize the group level threat is, have you ever seen the new Batman movie with the Riddler?
Yes.
So basically the plot line, spoiler alert for listeners.
yeah, spoiler alert.
Opera singing Batman on the loose.
Right, and he mobilizes a kind of anon group of terrorists to do his bidding, basically incels. And that, to me, from like a terrorism studies perspective, seems like a logistical nightmare. Like like organizing terrorism is a serious logistics operation, right? So mobilizing a low motivation group of.
I like how he genuinely thought like really long and hard about this. This guy is, he's great. Doesn't help if your parents are model. No, surely there is some amount of early socialization to be, thrown into this mix in terms of contributing factors. Undoubtedly.
On the internet who don't know who each other are, it's not very likely. But by the same token, sexless young men typically throughout history, throughout time, have been the group to worry about. So strongly associated with violence that we call it the young male syndrome in our field, that this has always been a huge problem. Now, throughout history, you had kind of cultural or social institutions to deal with your population of incels. So, for example, the monastery would be one for sure, give a high status position to kind of channel these extra guys into. You'd create Vikings out of them. The Vikings were likely incels, not the sexy kind of Netflix.
Yeah, no, you don't think of it that way. You definitely don't think of it that way.
Portuguese explorers, there's strong evidence that they were incels, basically sent on purpose missions to kind of basically get away from causing trouble for everyone else.
Can you define them as incels when sexual violence was a part of that conquest?
Right. So that's also a good point, that the motivation of acquiring mates has been a motivating factor for a lot of men to join terrorist groups. Even jihadi violence, it's the promise of brides in this life or the next. And when you talk to anthropologists who, there's one, Napoleon Chagnon, and he did some research with the Yanomamo, who are an extremely violent hunter-gatherer society in Bolivia. And he told them about why people in the West go to war, to spread democracy, free speech, things like this. And they were just falling off their chair laughing. They were like, what? Why would you? And he said, well, why do you go to war? And they were like, only one reason, to get mates. Like that was like a number one kind of motivating factor. So while incels as a group aren't this organized terrorist group, the potential for those individuals.
Yes, the word mates is a little off-putting, and it's used quite a few times during this discussion. Not gonna lie, it's gonna be hard to avoid the discussion of mating in a more overarching conversation around inceldom.
Fit that profile, a sexless, purposeless.
It's just it's
young man.
It would make the conversation.
That is the prime candidate to mobilize into violence, and there is the potential for each individual incel with their extremely poor mental health to kind of.
I just think it would make the conversation a lot more difficult if you avoided saying that word.
Lash out at society, and when they feel so discluded from society and don't value their own life, they kind of could lash out at others in acts of violence. Kind of suicide by cop kind of thing has been typical of even the high profile acts of violence. But
yeah, and the fact is, as somebody who is, whose job is to sift through the news, I do see a fair amount of these things. Sort of, I mean, this is, and I'm sorry if this discussion is really difficult to have right now. I mean, it clearly revolves around a lot of difficult sort of things, and sort of touches on all sorts of a varied number of issues, and just seems like an important thing for us to discuss right now in the wake of everything. And believe me, there's another side to this that we will be talking about, not that far off from now. But let's go a little bit further, because we are just eating through time right now. Hour and a half. Oh boy, we're in trouble, chat. We are in serious trouble. We might. Oh god. Who is in charge of this fucking stream? Who does the scheduling for this thing?
They don't want. So it amounts to the same thing. So I do believe there can be femcells, but I would say that the frustrated female single person doesn't need a weird subculture community online, because the idea of where are all the good men gone is kind of a mainstream view, and it's kind of celebrated. It's kind of like, yeah, actually, there isn't enough good men out there. You see like New York Post articles saying like broke men are hurting American women's marriage prospects. And it's like a very different take. But I guess it's a lot more easy to be sympathetic to frustrated single women who are not finding men who measure up to their standards, because they're not threatening violence. Extreme, or their misandry is a little less aggressive than the misogyny from incels.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Which is cross-sex mind reading. Because everything you know has come from proper research. Everything I know has come from like my Reddit lurker account. But one of the things I've gleaned from my Reddit lurker account is that what incels say women want and what women I know want are really, really different. So you've got all these incels who are like, well, I'm never going to be 6'2". I'm not going to lie, like lots of women do find tall men attractive, but there is such a thing as team short and sexy.
Okay.
Right? There is such a thing.
I need to be aware of this, because I'm pretty short myself, so I'm going to be
you need to be on team short and sexy.
Team short and sexy. Short King Spring, I've heard of that one.
Short King Spring, there's such a thing as Short King Spring. Kendrick Lamar being the sort of figurehead of Short King Spring. He's a short dude. That's why one of Drake's disses was size 7 feet.
Okay.
How can you be big stepping in size 7 feet? So like things like height, but then also things like you've got to drive a nice car and you've got to earn loads of money. Now, maybe this is shaped by living in London. I've never heard a single woman say, I want a guy with a nice car, because who fucking drives in this city? Like nobody.
Yeah.
And when it comes to,
but I mean, certainly, like in the United States and suburbia, to some degree, I want to say that some people are concerned about that. But I mean, you can say that about all sorts of stuff. You can say that, you can say people are concerned about the border. You can say people are, so I don't know. So much of it is anecdotal, right? And it's hard to nail down, right? People find all sorts of stuff attractive.
It's not so much that my friends want someone who's got this really high income and can buy them loads of things, but they want someone with a sense of purpose and drive that matches their own, at the very least, and an education level that matches their own.
Yeah.
And when I was saying this online on Twitter, I was like, you know, what you guys seem to think women want and what my female friends are saying, it invoked this huge backlash where they were like, you lying bitch. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, if you're not going to believe women, I don't know what to do.
It's like that stems from their education about the mating market coming from online communities rather than actually engaging with real life. Like, it just takes 10 seconds to look around you and say, not every married man with kids is spectacularly handsome Chad, right? People manage to do it, right? So, but that incels describe women's mate preferences as LMS, looks, money, status. And we find that in our research. We published a paper in the Journal of Sex Research that found that incels, like you said, overestimate the importance of physical attractiveness and financial resources and underestimate the importance of kindness, intelligence, humor. And you might say, okay, fair enough. Maybe in that data, incels would say, oh yeah, well, women self-report bias or social desirability bias. We know, because we know in the literature that women do actually value financial resources quite a lot, actually. So you could make a case that maybe...
What is going on here? What's happening? Oh my god. Yeah, oh god. Please hold. Wait, is it fixing itself? Kind of. It's still wildly grainy. My god. Do I need to refresh? Okay, no, it looks better now. Okay. Jesus Christ. Wait, it's back again. What is happening? It just happened again. Why are you doing this to me? Oh, wait, did I just get sent back? I'm not live, that's why. Go back live. Go to live. Where are we? Oh, Jesus Christ. For the love of God and all things holy. Somebody stop it.
Jesus, I say that.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I'm getting a drink. I'm sorry, chat. This is too much. And it's back. Oh my god. You know, this is very frustrating. You're right. It probably is a magnetic storm. It's probably it.
They're a little more accurate on that one, but there's loads of evidence that women value intelligence, kindness, and humor as well. So incels, I often describe that there's a nugget of truth to things that they say, but they are extreme in their analysis and extremely blunt and very focused on just one piece of the puzzle. And there's also kind of a sense that nothing is ever good enough for them. So, for example, there was one Twitter thread I remember where a former incel came in and said, I used to be incel, I'm short, 5'2" or 3 or whatever. And
it's insane.
I'm now married with kids. You can escape this mindset. And incels just waded into it saying, oh, but she's probably cheating on you with Chad and using you for your money.
Jesus Christ,
oh
that is so
God,
toxic.
Married with kids is not a win. So it's kind of like this extreme
yeah, it's this sort of impossible W mindset. It's like this. It's honestly, it's a little masochistic in my opinion, because I think it's self-defeating. It feeds itself in many ways, and if you know, I think if you embrace this sort of ideology, it reinforces itself, right? And it's like impossible to disprove if you're truly deep in there. Or not impossible, but in the way that I think a lot of this stuff is being framed, it's ridiculous.
Trust of women, but I think from like a cross-sex mind reading kind of thing, I think culturally or as a society we probably do underestimate how important I think physical attractiveness is more important than we let on, but it's not as the only thing that's important as incels say. So it's kind of like but if you completely act like incels are totally wrong in their analysis and looks don't matter at all to women, or height doesn't matter at all, they feel gaslighted.
And I think it is. I mean, I think we all know to some degree that there are some physical characteristics people find attractive, and they're not universal, but there are, a lot of sort of things that are perhaps a combination of instinct and culture. Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. Let's go here. Probably a good place.
And I guess this is where I want to come back to the question of misogyny in particular, and you saying that perceived low mate value is, a kind of like indicator of misogyny. And I suppose the thing that leaps to my mind is misogyny that occurs within relationships, which maybe isn't as visible because it's occurring within a relationship.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very important point, because, and also just related to that, the threat of violence towards women, insecure, jealous partners, way more threatening to women than sexless incels who they may or may not encounter. But the misogyny within relationships, it kind of functions similarly, I think. So misogyny within the context of a relationship, why do people insult their partners? That's when you're trying to lower your own partner's mate value and self-esteem, so she's less likely to leave you. You hear abuse.
Yeah, and that's fucked up. And sort of gross. Don't do that. But actually, I think I meant to go here.
Before my grandma died, I remember very, very clearly an evening where it was me, her, and my mom sat around the kitchen table, and we were having like some glasses of wine and we were chatting. And I realized that when my grandma had her first child, she was 19. Abortion was illegal. She couldn't get contraceptives. Same-sex relationships were outlawed. She wouldn't have been able to get a mortgage or open a bank account by herself. The conditions around her relationship with my grandfather, completely different. My mum, comes of age, matures into, being a woman. Abortion is legal. Same-sex relationships are legal, but highly, highly stigmatized. And contraceptives are available only if you're married or engaged. Me, I come to sexual maturity. They are practically flinging condoms at us in assembly, right? Like, they're just like, pregnancy can and will happen to anyone. The pill,
Interesting.
I don't even have to be straight if I don't want to be. I can basically get an abortion on demand below 24 weeks.
At least in the UK.
Not in
in
Enfield, my friend. Like, you have the sexual health clinic.
I like how the Irishman is tuned into what's happening in
and
Texas.
a sausage roll, like, in the same trip. The context in which we were all making sexual and romantic choices in the space of those 3 generations, completely unrecognizable. And it doesn't just have to be about like choosing a mate. It's also about choosing to have children.
Yeah.
For my grandmother, the norm was you had children, you had to work really hard not to have children.
Mhm.
For my generation, the norm is you don't have children, you have to work really hard to make the choice to have a child.
Yeah.
It's not surprising to me that men haven't caught up with all of those changes occurring within the space of a few decades, when for centuries, women didn't have much of a choice.
That's right. And it might be an uncomfortable truth that for centuries, women were settling with men that they didn't ultimately desire, just out of strict social norms or economic necessity. If you take those things away, maybe women will increasingly. So I'd categorize it as modern men are competing with other men for women, other women increasingly for women, and singlehood. So singlehood is being championed by corporate giants big time. Morgan Stanley has this big paper called The Rise of the She-Economy, where they predict that most women will be single and childless by 2040. And it's kind of this idea of be a girl boss, prioritize your career, is kind of championed.
It's the 4 no's in South Korea, isn't it?
Yes.
No kids, no dating, no marriage.
Yeah.
No sex.
Now, it's interesting because you could say, oh, well, if women don't need men for protection and for resources anymore, then they need the men like a fish needs a bicycle. So yeah, go on prioritize your career. But
hey, fish,
there's an endemic of unwanted childlessness among women.
Bikes.
And this is not me saying William Costello is concerned about childlessness. I am concerned about fertility collapse all around the world, whatever. But this is by women's own desires that they are having fewer children than they want, and they have massive rates of unwanted childlessness. So 50% of women who don't have a child at the age of 30 will never go on to have one. That is stark.
That better be a promise.
Right? Well, yeah, you know. But
Ash hears good things here.
Like that is by women's own desires. They're having fewer. And I think that there's all sorts of initiatives you could maybe get into to help women not have to choose between career and a family. Maybe subsidizing egg freezing for younger women and making that a total just whatever your relationship status, just everyone does it. And
this guy is walking a fine line, but I love I love that he's trying. I mean, the fact is like I think it's a difficult thing to even address at all. But I mean, to some degree, there are certainly women out there who want to have kids but aren't having kids, and that's not good. In the same way that there are men out there who want to be in relationships but can't find them, right? And you know, we should be looking for solutions to this. But when he says things like, yeah, and I see chat talking about it too. When he says things like fertility collapse, I think a lot of people here start having flashes to Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson and other sorts of, you know, sniveling people.
Pump research funding into making it work more effectively, making it more affordable, because the number one reason why women freeze their eggs, there was the world's biggest study on why they do it. I was unable to find an eligible partner who would commit to me. So it's like, it kind of typifies that problem of women suddenly, like they're up against a lot. They have to get it all wrapped up in a neat little bow against a clock. And that's tough if you're prioritizing your career right up until the age of 30 and then suddenly trying to do it all.
Well, yeah, I say that those material conditions are so important, right? Mm-hmm. Which is women entered the labor market and the expectation is you can work like a man, but you're supposed to do all of the kinds of reproductive labor that women do, which is much more time limited. Mm-hmm. So the things that I would say could change that are things like universal basic income, lifelong adult education.
Yeah.
So
totally agree.
You know, I went to uni between 18 and 22, right? Mm-hmm. I was studying like during those years. The idea of having a kid felt irresponsible. You know, like another reason why, you know, fertility rates are going down is no more teenage pregnancy. That was a very successful policy aim.
And just the technology of the pill being so fundamental. It might be another uncomfortable truth that a lot of us may be accidents. Like, you know, there might have been no fertility crisis because, you know, people just didn't.
I've always had the feeling that this personality doesn't happen on purpose.
Okay.
You know, I'm like,
a happy accident then. But yeah, it's
I think that's being
an issue, and I'm kind of annoyed
ungenerous to herself.
Any concerns about the fertility crisis or unwanted childlessness get seen as a kind of a right wing kind of thing, and for me, it's just like an humanist kind of perspective. I don't know. I like it. To be concerned about that feels very humanist.
But
like
you
this is
can't-
women's own desires. It's not like draconian Handmaid's Tale, me saying women
Yeah, but
should
that
be
the
having
people
children.
we all have those especially
Women who
if you're
want children should be able to.
I'm a sort of Navarra media watcher.
Perceived as a right-wing thing.
Elon.
When one, you've got like kind of billionaire creeps like Elon Musk, where you're just like, oh, like you kind of get the feeling he like secretes sperm through his skin or something, like just more like, you know, you've got that on one side, and you also have people talking about the fertility crisis as too much choice for women. Now, I agree. When you give women more choices, the kind of reproduction that was, you know, happening because there was a lot of social coercion is going to go down. For me, then the challenge is, well, how do you create a different kind of environment where having children is economically possible, which is increasingly not the case, and also aspirational in terms of your own happiness. That you don't have to have experienced all this freedom as a woman, and then you go, all right, I'm going to make myself incredibly vulnerable and incredibly chained to the home because that's the only way to do this thing.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And again, just to reiterate, my concern is on kind of lowering the unwanted childlessness. That rather than just saying, oh, women need to go and have more kids, but create conditions whereby women who want to have kids can have them and don't have to sacrifice their career goals. It's very difficult. My mother gives the advice that women can have it all, but not at the same time. And it's a very important point. It's like you're up against this clock and you have to kind of organize your life very strategically. But yeah, I think, again, even just an educational intervention, I talk to women and they say, oh, I didn't even think about this stuff until at least I turned 30. And if you go by the stat of 30% of women who don't have a child at age, or 50% of women who don't have a child at age 30 will never have one, that's already too late. So it's like, you know, maybe have those conversations and create a social norm where maybe the egg freezing is the norm. That may.
Okay, let's listen to this last bit here.
My penultimate question first is, you've talked a lot about what it means to make a man a more attractive, sexual and romantic.
That comment is so gross. Let's hope Elon's not personally involved in all IVF procedures, but really anything's on the table, I suppose.
Prospect.
It's all hypothetical
What
right now.
does go into that, in your view?
So, historically, women selected men for provisioning her and her offspring with resources to help her overcome what we describe as the hostile forces of nature. That's what Charles Darwin said. We're always striving to overcome the hostile forces of nature. And throughout ancestral history, women needed men's resource provisioning for that. So that was a big one that's not as salient anymore, although women still prefer a mate with who will do that.
I'm not sure if it's quite. I don't want a man who's going to live off my money.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
For sure. Yeah.
And that is slightly.
Yeah, I think women want somebody who can help contribute at the very, very least, which I don't think is too much to ask.
Different. It's a feeling of I don't want to have to be your mother and your lover and the person who's working while you do fuck all. Whereas a man who's like, okay, what I'm going to do is all of the domestic labor and you earn. I'm like, what's kind of I get that.
I wish a lot more women shared that sentiment and we could have a make stay-at-home dads sexy kind of movement. I think that would be good, but I don't think that that's what women
The sluttiest thing a man can do is wear a papoose.
Maybe. That'd be good. And again, maybe that this is a direction of travel with the rap music derogating fathering qualities and things like that. I would like to champion stay-at-home dads as kind of high status. But women make their mate choices as well around status. So which man is valued by his society or by our niche community or whatever, who is considered valuable to the people around him in his...
So yeah, we just got to make fathering be a very high status quality, and perhaps, you know, get some dynamic shifts here in that particular arena. It's an interesting thought, though, for sure. Having men embrace perhaps more traditionally female roles in the home and all that. I don't see what at all would be wrong with that. Me personally, at least, I think that seems like a perfectly reasonable thing for our society to be doing. But also, I think a lot of that conversation was good and important to have. Although, I mean, there's certainly things that, you know, I push back against, I think, in there to some degree. But it's, I think, something that we need to be genuinely discussing. We got more to talk about. What time is it, though? We're already 2 hours in. Jesus Christ. How much more politics, U.S. politics, do we have? Gee, wow. This has taken us so much time. All right, let's go here. Associated Press from a day ago.
It's like Kamala.
This is in Atlanta.
Stance on like she wasn't clear. Like she wasn't standing on nothing. Trump was at least standing on stuff. Like he had clear. He told you what he was gonna do, what he wanted. She was like flip flop. Like she wasn't standing. She wasn't standing on nothing. Like society getting soft. Like everything's so soft, sensitive, filtered, and all that. And then you got Trump. He gonna say what he want, like regardless. He don't really got no filter. He gonna say what he want.
As far as the right, there are a lot of young men who see themselves.
No, what's frustrating about that comment is that, you know, clearly there was no discussion of policy in there whatsoever. It was just vibes based. It was just Donald Trump says whatever he wants, and Kamala Harris wasn't clear, you know. But
no filter, he gonna say what he want.
As far as the right,
you know, I've been in black barbershops recently, and you know, this is not completely out of the realm of what you hear.
There are a lot of young men who see themselves in the examples that they're seeing on the right. They see principled people, whether they come from the same religious or social background as they do. They see people who are about their family. On the left, you see this notion that a family can look like anything other than a man and a woman. And there are a lot of young men who don't believe in that. They don't agree with that.
And other communities that decided to side with the Republican Party. And I don't know everything, but one of my theories is because we're not meeting the needs of average, everyday working citizens. People are telling you groceries are too high. People are telling you that rent prices are out of control.
They will, you know, tend to hedge toward conservatism because those clips speak to them better. The Joe Rogans.
Unfortunately, the discussion of economic issues has, you know, the Biden administration was very bad at touting their economic agenda, and Harris, for whatever reason, continued that trend throughout her run, and it did not help her at all. But one other problem, you know, that I see that exists in the black community is that a lot of the black church has a lot of influence, and unfortunately comes with that a lot of conservative values that you expect out of churches, right? Some of the stuff that, you know, socially that I think a lot of people here would disagree with, and that I personally disagree with. And you know, that's something that needs to, I think that alternatives to that in terms of places to look to in the community could be improved in other places, but right now are left, you know, you're left with people like Fresh and Fit and whatever. All right, let's move on, and we're gonna take a break after this next topic. I think that'll be fine, but we're gonna have to go back to politics. We have more to talk about. We haven't even gotten to Hasan yet, and or Democrat finger pointing, which is coming in shortly, very shortly. That'll be the next. That's like on deck topic. But since we're talking about men, and I don't know if you heard it in there during the discussion on Novara, but I think Ash is the one who mentioned the 4 No's movement from South Korea, which is actually after and in the wake of the election now sort of coming to the United States.
In the wake of Donald Trump's historic win, there's a new movement sweeping America. Disappointed women are actually swearing off men.
There's no way I am letting any man near me for the next few years.
They're saying no to dating, no to marriage, no to sex.
Celibacy, at least to me, isn't that hard.
And no to having children.
Like so many other women in America who have been considering trying to get pregnant, I woke up today and said, nope, not anymore.
This woman is actually shaving her head in protest. It's being called the 4B movement, and women are taking to social media declaring their allegiance. The 4B movement was actually started by
Well,
women
GG,
in
man.
South Korea back in 2009.
GG, you fucked up. if it's not clear yet, I think it's gonna become clear shortly. Perhaps I might be wrong, but if you thought there wasn't enough options out there, like you know, referencing our previous conversation about incels, well, guess what, bud? Voting for Trump might not have been the right move if that's what you did.
The 4B movement was actually started by women in South Korea back in 2019 as part of their version of the Me Too movement. The number 4 refers to dating, marriage, sex, and children.
This movement's way more important now than ever.
26-year-old Alexa Vargas joined the movement 2 years ago and expects a surge of interest in the wake of the Trump victory.
So you, in 2022, swore off dating forever.
Not forever. We're not going to settle for low-value men that don't respect us anymore.
But lots of women are mocking the no marriage, no sex movement.
Wait, that woman was cutting her hair off? Oh, bold.
Wild. The fact that these crazos are out here, they're like, we're not touching men. I hope that means more for me.
Well, apparently she's gonna be taking advantage of this apparent discrepancy or imbalance in supply and demand in the dating market. I don't know if that's gonna work out for her or not, but you know, all the best to her, I suppose. But my God, where's the solidarity? Let's move on. We're going to keep talking about this for a little bit because I find this backlash to not only be fascinating but also a little hilarious.
President-elect Trump's victory already setting off a viral storm on social.
Because, you know, I think this could have been, what's the word? Sort of foreseen to some degree, right? Like, I mean, come on. We all knew what was all, like, essentially on the ballot here. That being women's rights.
Media.
Start by taking back your power.
It's time for action.
Some concerned women now taking radical steps. You may have seen it. Talk of the 4B movement gaining steam.
4B movement. The 4B movement. The 4B movement.
So what is it? Actually, a fringe feminist campaign from South Korea. The 4Bs, Korean for 4 no's, no marrying men, no giving birth, no dating men, and no sex with men.
There is so much pressure in South Korea for women to have kids, and women felt extremely undervalued. So they have sort of banded together to not kind of give into these societal pressures.
South Korea has the world's lowest fertility rate. Now, Google searches for 4B surging to record levels in the U.S. as one of its top trending searches in the last 48 hours.
I've been waiting for everybody else to catch up to speed for a while.
Alexa Vargas says she stopped dating men 2 years ago.
They like to keep us around for sexual pleasure, and they like to get married and have kids to have this family man sort of image. But really, a lot of men don't value us.
Her TikTok post this week about 4B reaching more than 100,000 views.
I got hundreds and hundreds of comments on my TikTok talking about how women are wanting to to participate in this movement now because of the results of this election, because women don't feel safe in this country.
My life! Adding fuel to the fire, posts from Trump-supporting provocateurs with large male audiences, like white nationalist Nick Fuentes saying,
yeah, this not only did this guy come out and say this horrible shit publicly on X, which of course Elon Musk did not, that was not moderated, of course. This is a case of free speech Elon can stand by, although in many cases he has actually not stood by free speech. But not only has Nick Fuentes been doing this, apparently there's been reports of this now happening publicly on college campuses, with just people just, not people, but specifically young college men running around campuses and yelling this at women, which seems totally non-toxic at all.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
"Your body, my choice, forever." And self-described misogynist influencer Andrew Tate, facing rape and sex trafficking charges in Romania, which he denies, responding to the 4B movement, saying, now you don't even need abortions. Wow. Trump's Supreme Court picks helped overturn Roe v. Wade.
That is bold to say from, specifically from Andrew Tate, considering the pending rape allegations. I mean, my God. You'd think he'd see the clear problem there.
Unleashing a wave of protests nationwide. His position on abortion access has varied, but during the final stages of his campaign, saying states should decide
whether the women like it or not. I'm going to protect them.
The Trump campaign did not respond to a request for comment on the 4B movement. As tensions build,
and you guys think it's just internet trolls, this is a problem.
A battle bursting onto our feeds and into America's culture wars.
Emily is joining us now, and Emily.
Okay. Let's see. Take a break here. Ooh, no, actually, I forgot. I snuck this one here at the very end. Let's see what the Hill has to say about this. We rarely, I don't think, this might be one of the only videos we've ever watched.
No marrying men, no dating men, no sex with men.
Is that no Miki?
No having children with men. These are the pillars of the
When did
4B
she start
movement.
working at the Hill?
Many women across the country are
God,
turning
she's got
to
a real
after Donald
different
Trump's victory in the
vibe. I almost didn't
2024 presidential
recognize
election
her.
last week. The South Korean
That is no Miki Konst, right? Am I losing my mind? That's her, right? When did she start? I don't watch Rising. I literally don't watch Rising. I haven't even watched this yet. I literally snuck this in right at the end today. As I was getting ready for the stream, I was like, oh shit. Because I was like looking more for more 4B movement videos to watch, and I found this. Is that really her? Like, what the fuck? She's got a real, her out, like, it's all throwing me off right now.
feminist movement 4B holds this name because B is a shorthand word for no in Korean. It grew to prominence in South Korea in the late 2010s. This is now a handful of no-nos for many in the United States. In the hours after Trump's win, Google searches related to 4B rose in the United States as women on the internet are expressing their interest in swearing off men. Women on TikTok and Instagram are the driving forces behind the recent swell of support for this magical, beautiful movement that I am now joining.
Well, the movement also received a... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Good job there.
Sorry.
Really good job. Here, you deserve this. A little round of applause. Great production values. Wow. Honestly, this is reminding me of why I don't watch The Hill. They have too much funding to be this bad. There's other reasons, and too, of course, I think people whose, let me think, I can't even think of their names, like Sagar or Robbie, all these guys over there. Oh my God, I just can't. I can't. We're taking a break. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one way or another. We have all sorts of different ways, but we are completely funded by viewers like you. We got places like Patreon, Cash App, PayPal, Twitch even. You can do all of those things, or one of them, or even none of them. I mean, I understand times is tough. Trump presidency on our way, but that is, in fact, the reason why we need to keep the Galactic News Network going. Alright, of course I don't have that high of opinion of myself, just kidding. But do consider just a few dollars a month for that Patreon membership, and all sorts of super sweet benefits come along with that. Being able to sit poolside with an avatar, get a shout out at every stream. Super sweet content unseen by the rest of the galaxy, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I'll be right back. Thanks for the super chat. My dogs. Appreciate the congratulations. That's right, we are monetized now. It's official. Or legit. Too legit to quit. Alright, chat, we are going to wrap this break up. Time to get back to those seed space fams, as the second half is about to get started. Okay, well, we're not done. We are definitely not done talking politics. That was the first half of politics. Now we're going to have a second half of politics, and then we're going to try and jam the second and third halves into one half, which, knowing me, there's no way that goes well. But we're going to do what we can, chat. You know, I do what I can. Okay, where do we start? Yeah. Let's get back to talking about all of this. Before we get to Democrat finger pointing and Hasan talk, if you will, let's get to this quick clip from Reuters to discuss two people who will not be joining the Trump administration.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump is meeting with potential candidates to serve in his administration before his January 20th inauguration as president. And two former high-ranking officials from his first term in office are off that list. His former envoy to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, and Mike Pompeo, who served Trump as CIA director and later as Secretary of State. That's according to a Trump social media post on Saturday. He added,
all right, I'm going to read it. Hold on. I will not be inviting former Ambassador Nikki Haley or former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to join the Trump administration, which is currently in formation. I very much enjoyed and appreciated working with them previously and would like to thank them for their service to our country, capital C, for no good reason. Make America great again.
I very much enjoyed and appreciated working with them previously.
Her impression is much worse.
Haley harshly criticized her former boss when she campaigned against him for the Republican nomination last year.
How much more losing do we have to do before we realize maybe Donald Trump is the problem?
Somehow that you know what, the fact it was one of the only Nikki Haley statements where I was like, maybe she's got a point, but I was not as prescient on this particular issue as I have been on many other things. But seriously, just wow. I mean, should anybody be shocked that Nikki Haley didn't get? I mean, Donald Trump is a big fan of loyalty, and boy oh boy did Nikki Haley do all the stuff that Donald Trump hates. She tried to run for president in the fake presidential primary in the Republican Party. All right, I gotta stop slipping into the Trump impression. And it said all these terrible things about Trump. Oh God.
Later endorsed him for president in the general election.
Not loyal.
Pompeo has been mentioned in some reports at
Ozempic. Pompeo looks creepy as fuck. Am I the only person who is genuinely like gonna be haunted by this image? What the hell? We need to, you know what? We need to rethink Ozempic entirely. This image proves it. All right, just kidding. All right. Where to now? Ah, yes. Let's get right into it. The Democratic finger pointing. Here it comes. All the Democrat strategists and other sorts of media idiots decided Well, now's the time. They've been waiting forever. And by forever, I mean 8 years to tell us again. And, well, before we get to that, actually, I think it would be best if we started off with this, actually. Just, I don't know. It's just vibes. It's all vibes.
Senator Bernie Sanders issued a scathing statement after the vice president's loss in what he called a disastrous campaign, saying, quote, "It should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party which has abandoned working class people would find that the working class has abandoned them." And Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont joins me now.
Do you
Senator
know
Sanders,
what we're here
welcome
for?
back to Meet the Press.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here on.
Oh, hey, thanks for the super chat, Becky D. Much appreciated. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I do what I can. Oh, hey, thank you for the raid. Who was that? I didn't even see. Oh my god, I don't have Twitch open. Did you even hear the raid go off? I didn't even hear the raid go off. Did you hear the? Do you know what we're here for? I'll do it again.
Do you know what we're here for?
Maybe I wasn't listening. But thank you, whoever raided. Why didn't I get a Streamlabs notification? I saw the raid, but I couldn't even read it. Igloo something? Either way, much appreciated. Welcome, chatters. Hope you're ready for some discussion. In fact, if you're a Twitch viewer, this might be the perfect time for you to have walked in, because we are very shortly going to be talking about Hasan, who I'm sure you must be familiar with, which is something we don't do that often here, but we are in fact going to be doing today. But first, we're talking Democrat finger wagging. First, though, we're going to let Bernie do some talking.
Sunday after Election Day. Let's start right there. Your criticism incredibly direct. You say you think the Democratic Party has, quote, abandoned the working class. How exactly do you think Democrats have abandoned the working class, Senator?
Look, the working people of this country are extremely angry. They have a right to be angry. What? In the richest country in the history of the world, today the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and millions of families worry that their kids are actually going to have a lower standard of living than they do. You got the top 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 90%. We're the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all of our people. 25% of our seniors are trying to live on $15,000 a year or less. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. Mm-hmm. And the gap between the people on top and everybody else is getting wider and wider.
It's almost like Bernie's been saying this for like 20 years. Or longer. You'd think at some point maybe somebody would listen to this message. And, oh my god, I just noticed something that we have to fix before we go any further. We have 0 emotional support characters on this window, which can't be done. That's unacceptable. So we got, I know we have a Bacula. Who else do we have? We have Gary, I think, right? Gary. We have Worf. Wait, do we have 40 likes on YouTube? We might have 40. I think we do. I don't think I rolled. 8? 3? 3. Who is that? I think that's Captain Planet. 3? Yeah, Captain Planet. Okay. There we go. Now you have all of your emotional support characters, which you have so rightly earned. Now, there's Bernie's analysis of things. Let's see what some other, like, Democrats have to say about all of this. I'm sure it'll all be very just sensible and not completely insane. Start CNN, a normal place for non-insane stuff, of course.
Julie Roginski, I want to go to you on this because, of course, he is making the speech at the White House against this backdrop of a lot of finger pointing right now in the Democratic Party. Some who are saying, look, had President Biden not announced, to try to get reelected, and we all know how that transpired later on, perhaps this wouldn't be the situation. And we'll never be able to know, right? What do you say to that?
I'm going to speak some hard truths to my friends in the Democratic Party. This is not Joe Biden's fault.
No.
It's not Kamala Harris's fault.
Okay.
It's not Barack Obama's fault.
Really?
It is the fault of the Democratic Party in not knowing
like the voters.
how to communicate effectively to voters. We are not the party of common sense, which is what the message that voters.
Wait, what? Wait, it's the Democrat Party, but it's not Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, or Obama's fault? Aren't they sort of like the top of the ticket, if you will, literally and also figuratively, of the Democratic Party? I'm confused. Maybe I'm not listening. Is it me, chat? Am I not listening hard enough? What's happening?
Voters, we are not the party of common sense, which is what the message that voters sent to us. For a number of reasons. We don't know how to speak to voters.
Please go on.
We address Latino and language. Listen, language has been. We address Latino voters as Latinx, for instance.
Right.
Because that's the politically correct thing to do. It makes them think that we don't even.
First off, nobody said that. Like literally, I don't think I heard the term Latinx one time during the DNC, or directly from Kamala Harris. I mean, this woman is unhinged.
That, hey, college kids, if you're trashing a campus at Columbia University because you're unhappy about some sort of policy and you're taking over a university and you're trashing it and preventing other students from learning, that is unacceptable. But we're so...
Wow. So you're saying Joe Biden didn't do enough to stop the protests, even though there was literal, like SWAT teams on Columbia's campus. Joe Biden literally said he didn't even care about the protesters and said that what they were doing was wrong time and time again publicly. Kamala Harris sort of backed him up on all of that rhetoric. But that's not enough. No. What we needed was the National Guard to come in and... What? Like really? Like, what did she want? She wanted like a 19, when was the, oh my God, my brain just broke. Oh, and I feel like everybody knows exactly what example I'm trying to think of right now. Holy shit. But like, when was, oh my God. Why does my brain do this? But God, Ohio State, thank you. But like when they called National Guard, is that what she wanted? Yeah, 68, thank you. I was going to say 70, but I knew that was wrong. I was also going to say Kent State. But yeah, this is, so tone deaf. Not only due to the fact that the majority of Democrat voters wanted a permanent ceasefire and a solution, and for America to reconsider its arms transfers to Israel. Not just Democratic voters, but just American voters, because also Republicans, majority of Republicans polled before the election also wanted it. It's just wild. Woman is unhinged. And she goes on to blame pronouns, the existence of transgender people, and a whole bunch of other stuff during this interview. We're just going to skip past it, though, because of how ridiculous most of this is. Not going to lie, it's just out of control. It is just genuinely out of control. Let's go to Neva. And I also clipped this, which is the second reason why we're not doing this. Because if you want, you can go and watch on my channel. I did a quick clip of it where she says all the stupid things that she says. Let's go to a different idiot on a different network, MSNBC. Ooh. Variety.
Join me right now. We have Democratic Congressman from Massachusetts, Seth Moulton. He previously ran for president in the 2020 Democratic primary. It's good to welcome you back to the broadcast, and we're going to get going into this. After Trump's victory on Tuesday, Democrats are certainly grappling with the way forward. And after the loss to...
You're saying he ran. He's not like an elected official.
You are one of the lawmakers who've said that Democrats are out of touch with the American people, saying they spend way too much time trying not to offend anyone rather than being brutally honest about the challenges many Americans face.
Wait, no, he is.
As part of that argument, you told the New York Times.
I love how she said it like he's not, but he's definitely a representative for Massachusetts' 6th congressional district. Which actually we need to talk about. We'll get to that later.
Quote, I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete. But as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. I know that you have put out a follow-up statement. I do want to give you a chance to explain your comments because you know they have faced backlash. So you've got the floor.
Sure. No, thank you, Alex, very much. And look, I was just speaking authentically as a dad about one of many issues where I think we're just out of touch with the majority of voters. And I stand by my position. You know, maybe I didn't get all the words exactly right. But the point is that the backlash I've received proves my point.
It proves your point. We can't say anything because people are criticizing me for words I said as a representative of the U.S. government. Oh my God, this poor guy is being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
How dare people criticize him? This is cancel culture at its finest. My God. However will he survive?
The point is that the backlash I've received proves my point that we can't even have these discussions as a party.
You're literally doing it right now.
The Democratic Party wouldn't even return.
You're on MSNBC. You're on MSNBC.
We've got to be able to have these debates, but instead we have a wing of our party.
Look left. Look left.
That shames us.
Oh right, he probably can't see the chevron, but down here it says MSNBC. This is supposedly a left, in quotes, network. And you're talking, and she's talking. It's what some people would call a conversation.
Tries to cancel people who even bring up these difficult topics, and frankly shames voters. This is the same group of people who told us to defund the police, who told us that there wasn't a problem at the southern border.
When was this guy is a Republican, right? Hold on, let me look at this. Wait, what? No, he's claiming to be a Democrat? Hilarious. Oh, you're saying he represents a district with a median income 3 times higher than the national average? He's a former Marine, and all of the things he's saying are a bunch of Republican talking points? Weird. I wonder why that is. In fact, we don't have to listen to the rest of this, but we're going to listen to just a little bit more.
Told us that inflation was transient, whatever that means, and who told us that Biden was just fine. And they're out of touch with voters. If we just listen to voters on all of these issues, they were telling us the truth. So we've got to be willing to have these debates. I'm willing to have my mind changed. In fact, I've had some really good conversations in this.
You
last
seem
few
willing.
days.
You seem really willing. You seem excited to have your mind changed. Yeah. This poor guy being repressed by the woke mob. But as you can see here, so far we have 2 different people on 2 different networks claiming to be Democrats, saying that the actual problem wasn't economic issues, aside from, of course, Bernie Sanders. But the last 2 people we just saw, not claiming they weren't speaking to economic issues. They were talking too much about trans people. Okay. Let's go to that footage now of Democrats talking about trans people during the DNC. Please hold on. Trying to find it. I could have sworn I had this somewhere. Please hold. God, I'm so disorganized, I guess. Jeez, I know it exists, I'm sure. Weird, I must have misplaced it. Because it definitely exists, and it's not some sort of figment of this asshole's imagination. Okay, then. Now let's go to very well known, at least to some degree, certainly by, I think, people on the left, CNN pundit, Fareed Zakaria. He's got a take. Let's find out what that is. I'm sure it'll be great.
Here's my take. At first glance, it would seem easy to explain last Tuesday's election as part of a 2024 global wave against incumbents beset by post-COVID turmoil and inflation.
Could say that.
The UK saw a huge Tory parliamentary majority turn into its thinnest minority in the party's nearly 200-year history.
Wait, hold on. I forgot. He monologues for quite a while here until he actually starts talking about what the fuck his actual take is.
Inflation is down. Productivity
Oh, wait. I got a little too far.
The American economy is doing better than all these other nations. Employment is strong. Wages are up. Inflation is down. Productivity is soaring.
Great.
More importantly, Donald Trump has many strengths as a political figure, but he also has many weaknesses.
Name one.
Let's recall that after January 6, 2021, Trump's approval rating was down to 34% in a CNN poll.
Oh my God. We know.
Party that lost its House majority in 2018, its Senate majority and the presidency in the 2020 cycle, and then fared historically badly in those 2022 midterms. In December 2022, Ron DeSantis was outpolling Trump easily among Republicans in a Wall Street Journal poll. That was the Democratic Party's strongest moment since Trump's arrival on the political landscape. But they blew it. The New York Times estimates that Harris will lose the national popular vote by about 1.5 points, a first for Democrats since 2004.
Yes, we've talked about this.
Global inflation is something that was hard to shut down, but there were other issues the Democrats flubbed, which inflamed the opposition and depressed their base. I'm going to talk about them here because it's the right time to
get to it already,
Fareed. But to avoid appearing to have 2020 hindsight, I should say that I have noted each of these mistakes at the time, often provoking angry responses from the left. The first big error was the Biden administration's blindness to the collapse of the immigration system and the
Oh my God. Yeah. Geez, that's why Republicans didn't vote for Democrats. I mean, that's why Democrats didn't vote. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused because we keep hearing Republican talking points and then we keep hearing about... I'm sorry. Are we supposed to be trying to get Republicans to vote for Democrats, or are we supposed to be trying to get Democrats to vote for Democrats? Anybody? How does that work? Because Democrats don't forget, Democrats have exclusive primary, or whatever they're called. They're called exclusive primaries, but they're called something closed primaries, right? So you have to be in the party to vote in their primaries, right? So what, do you get what I'm here? Do you get where I'm going here? Like, because it seems to me like the Democrats don't actually want the input of American people, and certainly not leftists or actual Democrats. Whatever.
Chaos at the border. An
so yeah,
asylum system
the
that
border.
was meant
How
for
great!
a small
Thanks.
number of persecuted individuals was being used by millions to gain legal entry. Instead of shutting it down, liberals branded anyone protesting as heartless and racist. They missed a massive shift in American public opinion in just a few years. In 2020, the percent...
He had to wag his finger at us before he tells us, but he spent like 2.5 minutes of finger wagging. That's a lot. For a 10, 11-minute piece, that's 25% finger wagging before the finger wagging. Because it's not like the rest of it isn't also finger wagging. It's like preemptive, unnecessary finger wagging that I don't appreciate whatsoever. Like, get to the point.
of Americans who wanted to decrease immigration was just 28%. By this year, it was 55%. When Kamala Harris went on The View and was asked how she would have differed from Biden...
I think part of the reason for that shift is because Democrats completely failed at messaging on this. They bought in to the Republican talking points like Fareed is doing right now. Time and time and time again. And now we could go find this footage. This footage actually exists. Okay, we're not gonna do it because we don't have fucking time for that shit. But the fact is please go and look at the rhetoric that was spewed out by people like Kamala Harris and the rest of the sort of, you know, cloud of Democrats around her, right? They bought into it. So of course the majority of the country thought it was a problem, because even Democrats were saying, yeah, you know what, actually Republicans are right.
Instead of basically saying nothing different, she should have said, I would have shut down the border early and hard. The second error was an overzealous misuse of law to punish Trump. The most egregious of the cases pursued was Alvin Bragg's one in New York, one that even he was once skeptical of, but was reportedly pressured by some on the left into pursuing. Some cases, like the Georgia one, were legitimate.
Wow.
But the host of them piled on in rapid succession.
Wow.
Gave the...
So now Fareed is saying, you know what, Democrats did lawfare. That's the other problem, is they were doing lawfare. Wow, Fareed is like, might as well, CNN might as well also repost this on Reddit and like 4chan, like BitChute or whatever.
Impression that the legal system was being weaponized to get Trump. It confirmed to his base what it had always believed, that overeducated urban liberals were hypocrites, happy to bend rules and norms when it suited their purposes. It's worth noting that in this week's election, a CNN exit poll found that among those who believe that democracy in the U.S. is threatened, a majority supported Trump. Lawfare turned Trump from being a loser into a victim. And as his indictments grew, his campaign contributions surged and his poll numbers solidified.
I love how for years we've been hearing about how left CNN is, and how so many people on the actual left keep saying CNN is not left, and then we have example after example after example after example of CNN pundits coming out after this election, coming out and saying, you know, we weren't Republican enough, and we actually love right-wing ideology and all this other shit. And it's like, the fact is, if anything, it feels like a coming out party, because the fact is, anyone on the left has all known that these people identify more with right-wingers than they do with the actual left. Many of them get paid millions of dollars a year to read these cue cards and are completely out of touch with normal people.
The final error is a more diffuse one, the dominance of identity politics on the left, which made it push for all kinds of DEI policies that largely came out of the urban academic bubble, but alienated many mainstream voters. There's an irony in claiming to be pro-Latino by insisting that people use the term Latinx, only to discover that Latinos themselves think the word is weird.
So, I mean, like, if anything, I feel like this guy just heard that other woman's, Julie Brzezinski or whatever her name is, and, you know, just sort of reiterating a bunch of her nonsense talking points now. It's like this, like this disgusting sort of incestual, swing to the right here on CNN publicly that is just so, God, it's nauseating to watch.
This kind of obsession made Democrats view people too much through their ethnic or racial or gender identity, and it made them miss, for example, that working class Latinos.
This is insane. Literally, Kamala Harris refused to talk about her own identity the entire time. And yet, Fareed is acting like she was out there, like she could, like, it's insane.
Were moving toward Trump, perhaps because they were socially conservative, or liked his macho rhetoric, or even agreed with his hardline stance on it.
Oh my God. This guy is... Of course they did, because Democrats kept saying that actually the problems that Republicans were identifying were actually the problem, right? And instead of coming to them with the sort of insane, but like, what's the word? Like, catchy is the wrong word, but like, if you accepted the problem is the border, right? You're going to want something extreme to be done, right? You're not going to want someone to come in and say, you know what, the problem is the border, but we're going to do less than the other guys, right? Rather than saying the problem is the immigration system, the problem is the economy, the problem is the framing of all of this, because the fact is we actually need those immigrants. The entire agricultural system in the United States pretty much relies on it, regardless of what you want to believe as you eat that food on your plate. It was very likely that an illegal American immigrant had something to do with getting it there.
Immigration. One of Trump's most effective ads on trans issues had a tagline.
Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is...
Immediately transitions into I mean, dude, this might as well be a Fox piece. Am I wrong? Is that what... Wait, does it say CNN down? I feel like I'm going blind right now. I can't see what's happening.
You.
The problem is much deeper than simply one about nouns and pronouns. The entire focus on identity has morphed into something deeply illiberal, judging people by the color of their skin rather than the content of their character. Similarly, university speech code.
You know what the content of your character is, Fareed? It's right-wing and fascist leaning. So maybe you should just come out and say that you're a Republican, buddy. I think all the Democrats who are saying stuff like this should just go to the go to the Republican Party. Okay, leave. Just leave. Because if this is the supposed alternative to Republicans, then there needs to be an actual third party. And I hate saying that because I genuinely hate a lot of the sort of rhetoric that comes along with the discussion of third parties. But if this is the alternative, which is what Democrats have been saying that they are to Republicans for decades now, right? It's been one of their main talking points. In fact, is that they distinguish themselves from Republicans in all these important ways, right? But if that is not the case anymore, then we do need to have frank and serious discussion around either ejecting these kinds of people from this party in a very serious way, or to create something new. I hate saying that because of how much work that is that comes along with that, and I don't even know where to start, genuinely, because it's something that I haven't entertained until literally the last week. Almost 7 days to the day now. It is now Tuesday. I mean, we're like coming in on it hot. Oh boy. Okay. Let's go back to somebody reasonable. Some reasonable people here. Actually, before we do that, let's do this. It's time. Is it Hasan's fault? Well, let's talk about that.
You're an idiot and directly influenced this? That's funny. You're right. Definitely. I directly did this. I'm Kamala Harris, by the way.
It's true.
Guys, I did this. I'm Kamala Harris. I've been working with Kamala Harris. I'm Doug. I'm both of them.
Exactly.
I have actually been campaigning with Kamala Harris.
I don't know if you've ever seen like Mission Impossible 2, where they got like the very fancy face masks. That's what's going on here. Is this whole time Hasan has actually been wearing a Kamala face mask and going out there campaigning.
with Kamala Harris. I'm Doug. I'm both of them. I have actually been campaigning with Kamala Harris. I'm the one. I'm sorry. I'm the one who sent Richie Torres to Michigan. I'm the one who told the campaign to send Bill Clinton to Michigan to be like, Judea and Samaria is goated and that, you know, all Arabs deserve to get killed. Honestly, it is what it is. Don't vote for us. We don't want it. My mistake. Okay. My mistake. Didn't think that was going to fail
Judea and Samaria is goated.
Actually, I was the one who said Liz Cheney should be a prominent fixture of the campaign. My bad. I will recognize it and I will own it. I'm sorry. I told the campaign Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney were launching them like missiles into the suburbs. They will be.
Why did you do it, Hasan? Why did you tell them to do these things? I don't understand. I don't know why. Why was he doing that? Hey, thanks for the super sticker. I actually can't see the sticker, so I'm having to imagine it. And because I'm doing it, I want everybody else who can't see it to also imagine it along with me. This super sticker is quote-unquote Lemon character and Baby Lemon blowing a party horn while marching. You're welcome. Enjoy that little momentary tidbit for your brain.
Screaming bloody murder. They will be singing the gospel. They will carry the red book. They're all Maoist third worlders now. They're all in the Democratic Party's coalition. They're gonna fucking turn. That was me. That was me. I'm the one who said, do not campaign about any of the economic issues that a ton of Americans are experiencing in a time when they have felt negative real wage growth. Do not do that. Do not talk about that at all, okay? No matter what. Talk about...
How could he? Just... I thought I knew Hasan, but for him to be doing that, you know? To be secretly being Kamala Harris without telling us. It is... I mean... I don't even know how we're going to get through this.
Talk about institutions and talk about defending those institutions. That's what I said to the campaign. That was me. That was me. That was my bad. I was like, please, no matter what you do, there are 35 polls that show that you are picking up at least 6 points if you change trajectory, if you separate yourself from Biden's Gaza policy. No matter what, do not do that. Do not separate yourself from Biden. I said in the last hour, I said, do not ever separate yourself from Biden. Go on The View. I said to Kamala Harris, I said, ma'am, Madam Vice President, you must go on The View and you must tell the American population that you are...
This is blunderous advice. Why would he have done this? Some would say that comment really, well, maybe not the only thing, but was sort of the, what do you call it? Like the sort of keystone, the sort of the final straw for some people out there.
It's like Joe Biden. I'm sorry. As a Democratic campaigner, I said all of those things and they listened. And now I'm here to say my bad. And it was really because at the same time, the Trump campaign's research found that up-for-grabs voters were about 6 times as likely as other battleground state voters to be motivated by their views of Israel, war, and Gaza. This is why Trump fans ramped up the anti-war rhetoric in the last few weeks of the campaign. And to me, I saw that, and I knew that because I was reading the polls that said, hey, you should say something about this. And I always said, don't you say a thing. Don't you say a thing about this.
You son of a bitch. How could you?
Bad. If you say a damn thing about Israel-Palestine that communicates that you understand the victims, the humanity of the victims in this circumstance, an objectively unpopular policy that the Biden administration has continued along with, despite the fact that 80% of Democrats, 70% of independents, and 54% of Republicans wanted a ceasefire, I told the campaign, don't do that. Lean in to the right-wing reactionary government of Benjamin Netanyahu. Lean into that. Bear hug him. Give him another $8 billion. That's what I said. It's my bad. I said, send John Fetterman over to Joe Rogan. Do that. Send the one guy in the Democratic Party's caucus that literally cannot communicate due to a disability that he has. Like
oh,
doesn't
God
matter.
damn
it's a format that requires...
Oh no. Oh no. I don't know if John Fetterman has an actual verifiable disability, but he certainly struggles with public speaking a lot, especially for a politician, that is.
Requires you to speak. That's what I said. I was like, Tim Walz, you shut the fuck up. You shut your beautiful mouth, Tim Walz. I don't want you anywhere near the Joe Rogan Experience. Bernie Sanders, go back to the back office. I don't want you anywhere near the Joe Rogan Experience. So if you guys didn't understand,
oh my God, they would have been such better choices for Joe Rogan. I don't know if that choice existed. I mean, the way he's talking about it makes it sound like that existed. I don't know for sure. But wow. Good points, though. They would have been better.
what I was doing there, I was responding to one chatter who said that, you know, I am the reason why the Democratic Party lost. And I gave you some of the reasons why the Democratic Party lost, assuming the position of a Democratic analyst, a Democratic campaign consultant. Now, of course, you could probably...
Right. Now, so here's the thing. Technically, if Hasan had no ethics whatsoever, right? Like, the thing is Hasan is in communications, right? And he knows his audience, and he knows that they're, you know, relatively skeptical to some degree. And they expect him to be, what's the word? Genuine. Like, you know, like, I think to suggest that it was incumbent upon him to come out and say, and like, somehow convince his audience of, like, Kamala Harris's greatness, I think is probably a little much, especially considering the DNC literally kicked him out, if I recall correctly. But, like, fact is he's completely right on all that analysis. They did all of these other incredibly blunderous things that, of course, voters are, you can't trick them. You can't be like, oh no, that didn't happen. Like, is that, because that's the thing that because I tried to come to a conclusion on all this to some degree before we even watched this. But like, now here's the thing. Hasan, of course, has a massive following, right? He probably had the number of people necessary in all of the swing states following him and whatever else, right? That could have maybe gotten Kamala Harris. Like, but what would he have had to say to people to get them to vote for Kamala, right? Because he was already, I mean, making the case. I heard him. I mean, he was certainly incredibly critical of Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden administration, but he was making the case for them being better than Trump. I've heard it on a number of occasions. And like, but so like, what would they expect him to do, right? This chatter, and I'm sure plenty of other Democratic strategists thinking it to themselves right now. What would you expect him to do? Go out there and literally lie to his viewers and be like, you know what, actually, Kamala Harris's economic policy is goated. Like, the fact is that she barely made it clear what the plan was on so much stuff, and it's, I think, you know, it's clearly incumbent upon candidates to at least clearly, you know, communicate their plans to people, and that didn't really happen, is because they shifted multiple times and to the right, away from the Democrat base, and yet pundits are coming out, like we just saw, like, it's like they're literally lining up at all of the mainstream outlets right now just to come out and say we didn't go right enough. You know how we made a nearly historic push to the right just now? Well, we didn't go far right enough, actually. We weren't the Republicans. Which, if that's what you're thinking, become a Republican and shut up. Thank you. That is all. Just kidding.
That I was being humorous in this situation. There's a lot of normies in here, so I wanted to, you know, make sure that you understand what my position is, make sure that I clarify. No Democratic campaign consultant would ever acknowledge or admit or apologize for their failures. They would never do that. So that's why, you know, it's a joke. Never in the history of the
biggest failure, biggest mistake was not naming Mitt Romney as vice president. Dude who couldn't get elected as a Republican, maybe he'd get elected as a corporate Democrat. Yeah. Yeah, that's the vibes, right? Like, yeah, they should have just made Liz Cheney the VP. They should have, you know, maybe they should have maybe they should have just skipped Kamala altogether and just gone straight to Liz Cheney as presidential nominee for Democrat. You know, like, I mean, that's the vibes I'm getting right now.
Democratic consultant gone out there and been like, my bad. Also, look at this dipshit. Now that the election is over, I think we can finally say that, yeah, actually, Project 2025 is the agenda, lol. Bro, I watch your streams a lot. When did you have time for all that? Disappointing. It's like you were snatching failure from the jaws of victory. Yeah. So if you want to know, I mean, Axios is already reporting Trump is going to begin operations to deport millions of undocumented immigrants when he starts his term. Campaign press secretary Caroline Leavitt said Wednesday morning he'll launch the largest mass deportation operation of undocumented immigrants on day one. It's Nazi.
No, exactly. I mean, chatters see how completely just insane and like just nonsensical it sounds. I mean, like, for Democrats to suggest, I mean, of course, I'm, you know, taking this position as far as it goes, but it's literally what they're suggesting, essentially. Kamala Harris didn't go far right enough, even though her and Tim Walz, like, I mean, how many times did she talk about guns and whatever else in the border and, like, being a prosecutor and all this other shit? Like, I mean, how much further right can you go? Liz Cheney, Romney ticket, you know, for the Democrats, which once again, I would just recommend you all just go to the Republicans and just complete the circle. Just, you know, the Never Trumpers can go and say we're sorry. And Democrats who would prefer to keep taking corporate money and giving people milquetoast messaging can also sort of get in there, because really they belong. They belong, and they're just sort of denying it to themselves. And it's about time. Just go home. Just go home.
And I cannot begin to explain to you how dire the situation is going to be. But before we get to what Donald Trump is going to do, let's talk about some of the failures, some of the glaringly obvious failures, because there is a lot that needs to be said. I know that immediately after this massive loss, the Democratic insiders, the rat themselves, went to the media and started talking about how it's the left that was the problem. It was the third-party voters that was the problem. The margins aren't there. If every third-party voter voted for the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris still would have lost.
So
do you understand me? I hate.
Yeah, and here's the other thing that I decided to do real quick, because like I was like, okay, all right. So the fact is, Kamala Harris would have still lost the popular vote if every single Hasan follower on every single platform decided to vote for her. Because I think he has like something close to like 7 million across platforms. If you don't count the entire Hasan industrial complex, because I don't. Like, if you like on YouTube specifically, like, you can't count every Hasan clip channel, right? Because there's the Venn diagram for those channels has got to be nearly a perfect circle. So, like, but you get what I'm saying? Like, even if every single Hasan follower, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, like all these little TikTok, like I looked them all up. Like, if you add them all up, it's still less than what Kamala would have needed to get to win the popular vote, which literally all of us, including myself, were assuming she was going to win going into this thing, because it's always what Democrats do. The only real exception to that has been 2004 in the last 20 years.
This is yet another instance of
and that, I mean, in many ways, like, Bush's re-election had so much to do with the fact that there was a literal war that the United States was waging, the aftermath of 9/11, and the sort of insane, like, sentiment in America at the time. If anybody recalls, people went really loony around that time, and so yeah, it's sort of an aberration, if anything, right? It's sort of an outlier.
Told you so, but the worst possible instance of I told you so. It sucks. It's hollow. It doesn't feel good. Hold on. You say you thought Harris would win the night before? Yeah, I did. I slightly favored Harris winning with an electoral college W in the blue wall, as opposed to a general population, like a general election overall population victory for Donald.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's interesting because I had her with the popular vote, but losing to Trump on the electoral. So I don't even know where he was. The fact is, I'm not like a real, what's the word? Dedicated like Hasan fan or something. Like I just think that he makes decent content and that he is a voice on the left that's important, undoubtedly. And that's something that I think is 100% clear. And I think to some degree he does underestimate his influence, but at the same time, I don't blame this on him.
Trump. I thought that Donald Trump was actually going to win the popular vote, and Kamala Harris had a slight chance of winning the electoral college. And the reason why she lost the electoral college, and I said the only reason why it was a slight, very marginal chance for Kamala Harris, was because of the many failures of the campaign that I have been actively communicating for months.
That's a perfect place to stop. Oh god. Okay. Oh god. I don't know why I'm so amused by that face. That is a funny place to stop it. Okay, let's keep this moving because we still have more to talk about with this race, but we're almost done. Almost done. Let's go here to see this discussion on MSNBC from earlier, Monday.
Among the biggest shocks to the Democratic Party after Donald Trump's victory was just how well Trump did with working class voters of all races. An economic realignment of sorts, underway for years, came back to bite the Democrats, according to some. And it has many wondering, how did the party of FDR, Social Security, Medicare, and labor become the party of high-income voters? And how did the party of Donald Trump and Elon Musk win with voters who make less than $100,000 a year? Senator Bernie Sanders kicked off the debate this week by saying that Democrats have abandoned the working class. In a conversation with the New York Times, the former House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, shot back. And this is how she explained the Democrats losing ground with working class.
I literally don't have time to listen to Nancy Pelosi. She can go fuck herself.
Pelosi's rebuke this morning during an interview with my colleague Kristen Welker on NBC's Meet the Press.
Bottom line, if you're an average working person out there, do you really think that the Democratic Party is going to the mats, taking on powerful special interests and fighting for you? I think the overwhelming answer is no.
Now, Sanders made a lot of these same arguments after the Democrats lost to Trump in 2016, but many Democrats weren't listening. This time around, though, he has some surprising new backers, like Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, who is far, far from a left-wing Democrat. This is what he posted on X. It was a long thread, but part of it reads, when progressives like Bernie aggressively go after the elites that hold people down, they are shunned as dangerous populists.
Yeah, we've been watching that happen for the last 10 years. Well, specifically in relation to this particular dynamic, although it's clearly gone on longer in this society. Sort of ebbs and flows to some degree. But yeah, I mean, it's fascinating to see at least some people actually realizing the true problem here, right? And it's not the existence of transgender people and pronouns or, like any of these other ridiculous right-wing framings that we've been hearing from these people. Oh, it's the border. Oh, God, like pearl clutch over there from the right, please. Stop pretending that we're on the same team.
Maybe because true economic populism is bad for our high-income base. We cannot be afraid of fights, especially with the economic elites who have profited off of neoliberalism. Democrats, like the Harris campaign, are tepid in our fights with billionaires and corporations.
No kidding. All right. Can't watch this whole thing. And this spot. No, we'll go to this conference. Yeah. Actually, don't listen to. There we go.
First couple of years of the Biden-Harris administration to long-term success.
Well, it's good to be here, Ayman. And I think that contradiction is one of the fundamental problems inside of the tent of the Democratic Party. The fact that Mark Cuban and AOC and Bernie Sanders can live inside of the same tent. You can't live inside of that tent comfortably.
No.
And so I think what he's articulating is an inconsistency.
I mean, it's a very weird tent to be in because Mark Cuban's over there trying to, sell you, box seats to. Like it's insane. It's over there playing Shark Tank while the poor are barely managing to feed themselves.
A contradiction that everyday working people can see. I agree. Like, I'm glad that you brought up the fact that in the very beginning, VP Harris was running with a populist message. We tested those messages independently as the Working Families Party, and we.
And the thing is, we've actually talked about this a specific dynamic. I mentioned Shark Tank, and it sort of set this spark off in my head because I made this point earlier about I think a lot of people are familiar with what Shark Tank is, but I'll at least catch people up if you don't know what it is. Shark Tank is an MSNBC show that's been in syndication now for I want to say nearly 15 years. Right around the time of the financial collapse, if I'm not mistaken, is when it came out. And what's fascinating about the show is that it essentially replaces the thing that how in the wake of the financial collapse we bailed out all the banks and the insurance companies to the wake of trillions of dollars, and then did quantitative easing to lower interest rates artificially in a supposed top-down, trickle-down economics esque sort of move that was so supposedly encourage lenders, banks, to lend money to average people. But that never really quite happened in the way that it was suggested. Mostly that stuff was reinvested into stocks or mostly big businesses got loans, but regular people still couldn't get loans. People who lost their houses couldn't get loans, all this other stuff. But then around the same time this all happened, this show, Shark Tank, comes out where billionaires like Mark Cuban would all get together and sort of lord over people with actual ideas and sort of innovation, products, things like that. But they didn't have the money. So they would come out and they would grovel, and it still exists to this day. And in fact, they've made different versions of this, in syndication around the world, if I'm not mistaken. But they're named different things. And basically, instead of people being able to get loans to banks, we got billionaires that people can go to and beg for money on live television, like Mark Cuban. And that's sort of what he represents to me all the time, is our complete mismanagement of the financial system and reliance on billionaires like him for all these sorts of things.
We demonstrated that everyday working people, they're not necessarily captured by one party or another, but they're looking for people who are willing to every single day fight for them and fight against the forces that are rigging the economy and society against them, and actually name them. So when she rolled out a policy that was coming after the price gouging corporations, folks at the Working Families Party, we were excited. And then when those messages kind of got submerged, we got concerned. We published our own.
And what happened, I can't even remember if he talks about it during this, but what actually happened was her brother-in-law, who apparently is the head legal counsel for Uber, told her, "Oh, you should back off on all that stuff. You should stop talking about that stuff. Stuff that really matters to people, right? Stop it. It's not good for big businesses like Uber. Peter Thiel based businesses. Think about it. Peter Thiel was the initial angel investor in Uber. And that is like literally who got to influence the Democratic election. Like the Democrat policy, not the Democratic election, but well, yeah, the election, but also the policy of the Democrats. The same guy who is genuinely a right-wing psycho and who wanted Donald Trump to win also got to shape the Democrat policy. Think about that. If that's not an exact, like, if that's not the epitome of the oligarchy that we are currently living under, with the way in which Democrats are fucking conducting themselves, and the absolute, like the biggest fucking red flag in terms of what we need to be thinking about moving forward, as to whether or not we pressure Democrats or we think about forming literally some other sort of party to pressure in some other way, like literally. And I mean, I don't have a lot of trust in the currently existing third parties, but oh hey, thank you for the super. Is that a super chat or super sticker? I can't even tell. I see a Gary though, so definitely gets a like. Let's get back to this. I'm monologuing.
Independent message, pro-Harris message that spoke about economic populism, and it actually independently it scored through the roof, and as a result, the independent vehicle of the campaign actually put money behind it. That demonstrates to us that there is something real about speaking very clearly about who you're fighting with and who you're fighting for. A Democratic Party that is chummy with billionaires, but then trying to argue that it's in the interest of unions, I think it doesn't pass the smell test for a lot of working people, which is why we build independent politics at the Working Families Party.
Absolutely.
For all this talk about Democrats losing the working class, it's hard to ignore what Republicans represent, anything but that. I mean, Trump's biggest accomplishment in his first term was a huge tax cut, not for the working class, not for the poor, but for the rich. He campaigned with union buster and world's wealthiest man, Elon Musk. He auctioned off his energy policy to the oil industry at a meeting in Mar-a-Lago, basically, for the highest bidder. Why is he somehow resonating as a working class hero when he is anything but?
Well, I think first we have to identify what we mean by working class. And I think a big problem is that we tend to treat the working class as a monolith. So yes, he's winning over some conservatives who might have flipped over from Obama to Trump in 2016. But if you look at this election, Kamala Harris actually did better with voters of color who did not have a college degree. She had 62% to Donald Trump's 38%. So when we treat the working class as synonymous with white people, we're ignoring a lot of what's happening with what I call slide voters. These are people who are opting out of the electoral process altogether. These are non-voters, people who decide that the Republican Party is not a political home for them, even with their frustration. Black women, Black men, Latino women, these are CNAs, these are Lyft drivers, these are warehouse workers who do not actually find a home with Donald Trump and are not drawn to him. So instead of swinging back and forth, I say that they're sliding out. They are checking out of the process. 15 million people stayed home. So I don't think we should overstate Donald Trump's appeal with the working.
More than 50 million people stayed home, but around 15 million, slightly less, I think. Although this video came out yesterday, although I think most of the counts in, so I don't know, it's close to 50 million from the 2020 election stayed home, right? But it's just, I mean, there's plenty more people who didn't vote that, I think says a lot about what she's saying, right? Because not only was there less people that voted than 2020, there was also like 15 or 20 million more Americans. I don't know exactly how many of those people are of voting age, how many of those are like newborn babies or whatever else, but the population has increased, which you would assume the voting population would increase along with it to some proportionality, and therefore there was an even bigger pool, and yet still there was less votes. All right, now let's go to this disturbing situation, which is going to be wrapping itself up pretty soon, and it's not looking good. It's really not looking good. Let's talk about the House of Representatives. Harry Enton got some stuff.
A CNN projection for you right now, and this is one Republicans will be pleased about. Gabe Evans has flipped a seat in Colorado's Denver suburbs. Evans is a U.S. Army veteran and former police officer, and days after the election, of course, we're still waiting on the results for 16 House races. But again, this was one that both parties were watching, and Republicans have effectively been able to flip that seat. Let's get right to CNN's senior data reporter, Harry Enton. Harry, what's it mean for the House?
Now, what does it mean for the House? It means that Republicans are right on the doorstep of maintaining control of the House of Representatives. Look where we are now. Projections, CNN, 214. Of course, you need 218 to maintain control. Democrats all the way down at 205. Now, if you look at the seats where the parties are ahead, at this particular point, Republicans are ahead in 222 seats, Democrats in just 213. Now, I want to sort of go into that Colorado district that you were just talking about and sort of just point out the problem here. As you mentioned, Gabe Evans flipped it. 97% of the vote is in so far. And one of the real issues that Democrats have sort of just had is if you go back just a little bit in time, right? If you look when 71% of the precincts were in fact, Evans was trailing. And he, of course, in the later vote count.
Now, this right here is really the important number. Like, we could go into this whole sort of, you know, seat by seat analysis with Harry Enton, but I don't think it's necessary, because this number is the big problem. Your arm's in the way of me selecting it. The 222. Yes. That, right there. This is a big problem. Because, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 218, right? Hold on, I gotta look. It's 218 or 220? Which one is it? I think it's only 218. Yeah. This is very disturbing. So if these projections are correct right now, Republicans will have a majority in the House, one which would provide a great deal of power to Republicans. Thankfully, there will not be a supermajority in the Senate, but they will also have the Senate. That is a done deal now. Of course, we know what's going on with the Supreme Court, and with Donald Trump coming back into office, this is just a prescription for just. I mean, this is basically paving the way for Project 25. I just called it Project 25. Look, I'm Donald Trump. Jesus Christ. I've done the Donald Trump impression too many times. When I start talking about things he talks about, sometimes I slip into it. Project 25. Project 2025. It basically just, paints a line right down the road for us in terms of where this is all going to go. Because they have the power to do it. What's going to stop them now? People yelling about it in the streets? Because that to me doesn't seem like it's going to do much. And we know what Republicans, Donald Trump, think of free speech and protesters if it doesn't agree with them and their ideology, right? Who is spamming in the fucking chat? Stop it. Is there a mod in the shorts chat? All right. What was I fucking saying? I'm sorry. Please hold. Okay, thank you for dealing with that. Okay. I just couldn't stand it. This asshole is just spamming. Unnecessary. You need about 3, maybe even less messages than that to get across your point. Instead, this individual typed about, 10 messages in the span of 2 minutes. What was I doing? Oh, right. Describing the state of the future government, which is not good. Some might say bleak. I certainly would say bleak. And I know somebody in chat mentioned that we didn't get a 4th support character. We did, but then the stream software started lagging, and now you don't. For some reason, he disappeared. So, which means you have a Captain Planet on deck for next stream, so, you know. What's the word? I can't even think now. Let's just keep moving on. Let's keep moving. Where are we at? 3.5 hours in. Let's look at this last discussion of the political climate. This ABC piece from 15 hours ago.
We turn now to the latest on the Trump transition. The president-elect is set to meet with President Biden later this week as he focuses on selecting his White House team. Rachel Scott is in West Palm Beach, Florida. And Rachel, the president-elect just nominated a new member of his cabinet overnight.
Exactly, Rebecca. Good morning to you. We just learned moments ago that Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, a top Republican in House leadership, has accepted a role from President-elect Donald Trump to serve as his ambassador to the United Nations. It comes as the president-elect also reveals another key role in his administration, border czar.
Overnight, President-elect Donald Trump vowing to crack down on illegal immigration, taking to Truth Social to announce former Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director Tom Homan will serve as border czar. Homan recently spoke at the Republican National Convention, delivering this message to undocumented immigrants.
You better start packing now. You're damn right. Because you're going home.
Homan said Trump will carry out mass deportations of the estimated 12 million undocumented immigrants with a, quote, well-targeted planned operation led by ICE. During Homan's time leading ICE during the first Trump administration, thousands of migrant children were separated from their parents. He was recently asked on 60 Minutes if there's a way to carry out mass deportations without separating families.
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
President-elect Trump still hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago, meeting with...
Wow. Of course there is. Families can be deported together. But he... I mean, that it means that he wants to deport Americans along with them, right? That's what he's saying.
Illegal. Advisors preparing to announce other key positions, ruling out roles for 2 Republicans who served in his first administration, writing, I will not be inviting former Ambassador Nikki Haley or former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to join the Trump administration, which is currently in formation. One person who could be influential in the next administration, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Sources tell ABC News that Musk was at Mar-a-Lago, listening in as the president-elect took a congratulations call from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Yeesh. At one point, Trump even handing Musk the phone to speak to Zelensky himself. While Trump has promised to end the war between Russia and Ukraine in 24 hours, he hasn't elaborated on how. The president-elect preparing to travel to Washington to meet President Biden in the Oval Office this week. Biden's set to make the case for the U.S. not to walk away from supporting additional aid to Ukraine, something Republicans have been skeptical of.
The president will have the chance to explain to President Trump how he sees things, where they stand.
Skeptical. That's one way to put it, ABC. It's a weird way to put it, honestly.
And talk to President Trump about how President Trump is thinking about
this fucking plantation ghost is probably going to be back in the White House again. How exciting is that? Okay. Looks like all of the Scooby-Doo villains are coming back. Well, that's going to wrap up our political talk. And I think we're going to take an early break. We're going to jam the second and third, normal second and third halves into one half if I can manage it. So let's just get this break out of the way now. There it is. No. Yes. There we go. Yes. Well, I hope you've all been enjoying the stream. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And once you're done doing those two things, do consider donating, contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the myriad ways we have available to you, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. My favorite one is, of course, as I always say, Patreon, because it's a truly symbiotic relationship where you get benefits, I get benefits, and we all can live happily ever after. Some of those benefits include super sweet things like hanging out here with an avatar on scene, like you see, well, clearly all around me, and shout outs, content, and much, much more. So do consider that. You also got things like Cash App, where you can just literally give me money directly without any real intermediaries or whoopsies. Sort of fees associated with it, I don't think. So yeah. All those options exist. Anyway, chat, enjoy this space break. I will be right back. We're gonna end this space break. So we better get back to those seat space fams. All right. Final half. Okay. Well, we're going to do the environmental and global halves in one today. Let's see how that goes. Starting with... Let's actually discuss this first, as a way to get into all of this. These were actually sort of going to be Sunday Fun Day vids. I might skip one of these. Yeah, but let's go to this one first. Let's go to BBC. Although I've got some criticism for the way that they decide to cover this in the end. But let's get to it. Let's talk AI.
Artificial intelligence influencers are a growing industry, with some AI models gaining hundreds of thousands of followers and getting increasingly lucrative sponsorship deals. Aitana is one of the world's most popular AI models, known for her stylish pink hair. The BBC's cyber correspondent Joe Tidy reports.
A photo shoot with no model. She's not late though, she doesn't exist. Aitana is an AI model. Since she was created around a year ago, she's amassed a big following and
Honestly,
is making thousands a month for her Barcelona-based agency.
We intend to always try to make it as similar as what an influencer...
Like, I don't know about you, but these pictures seem... I mean, they're pretty convincing. Depending on, you know, how good you are looking for things... Like, I don't think most people are going to notice that. If they didn't specifically brand this as AI, I don't think people would know. I could be wrong on that. But I think a lot of people would just genuinely assume that this is a real person.
She's amassed a big following and is making thousands a month for her Barcelona-based agency.
We intend to always try to make it as similar as what an influencer would do. We take a picture with me in the image and we have to replace it with AI. So we have to play a little bit with lights and shadows to make it as real as possible. Maybe the Barcelona as the background is going to be more interesting.
Touch-ups used to take around a day, but now it's a few hours because of how the AI's improved so much. Here's the final product. The studio says they can get thousands of pounds a month for sponsored posts and endorsements with Aitana. Her virtual life is built for her mostly male fans, a key demographic for these AI models. Some find the message they're sending to boys and girls troubling.
I see huge issues with the rise of AI models and influencers. I think they're setting an unrealistic beauty standard that is close enough to being real that a lot of people who follow them don't realize they're not real, especially teenagers, young teen girls.
Aitana is marketed as a fitness-loving woman who lives a healthy lifestyle. She's even been sponsored by nutrition and sports brands.
Yeah, Daredevil noticed a clear, I mean, like, a clearly very strange thing going on there where this poor woman is essentially just being replaced by AI. She's still there, but just, I mean, I don't understand why she couldn't be the model. I mean, Yeah.
Is there a problem where you're promoting a body image of someone that is, you know, in many ways perfect, and there are some people, some of your followers, that say, I wish I had...
And so, like, this is the other thing that I think, I mean, this certainly, I mean, this is maybe one of the things, but, like, that I had about, like, the way BBC covered this. Like, because what about the other clear thing? Because they listen to what they said again, just real quick. Oops. Play.
Teenagers, young teen girls.
Aitana is marketed as a fitness-loving woman who lives a healthy lifestyle. She's even been sponsored by nutrition and sports brands. Is there a problem where you're...
So instead of talking about this, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, the question that he has some relevance, undoubtedly, but, like, it's beyond the unrealistic question. It's about ethics in my estimation. And maybe I'm wrong, but for an AI model to be being used as a representation of what you can achieve with nutrition or fitness, it's not only unrealistic, it's misrepresenting reality. Right? Like, truly, it's not like, it's not like pie in the sky thinking. No, it's literally, this is it's disingenuous. It's beyond that, actually, I think. Because like, think about it, right? Like, in this, like, people. So was airbrushing a photo? I mean, okay, to some degree, maybe. But I think this clearly takes it to another level. No. Because to some degree, people who have for a long time, made endorsements for products like that had been in the athletic industry, right? Sports figures and other athletes, people who have a certain physique, who have actually put in whatever the time and effort and the actual nutritional stuff that they're talking about to potentially get there. But the fact is if they're not even using these products, if the results themselves are just genuinely fake and completely fabricated, I think that's there's a clear line that's being crossed there. Maybe a gray area, hard to define because of things like that, which you mentioned, that being like photoshopping and all that stuff. But this is, I think, this clearly takes it to another level, at least in my estimation.
Promoting a body image of someone that is, in many ways perfect.
I don't know. Let's go to the next one. What is next on my list? When did you become a galactic individual on Twitch? Those galactic emotes, where those come from? All right, we're gonna skip a couple of these because they were meant for Sunday Fun Day. Although I guess we could do them still. I just feel like we're gonna run out of time if I do. No, we're skipping. We'll save this for later. These really aren't important stories. Let's go here to first.
And now a new look at the live-action Lilo and Stitch movie.
We don't need to do that. Or this one. Let's go here to California, to Ventura County, where we've been talking about this fire that has been happening on the coast there for the last almost a week now, I think.
It's like trying to put out a blowtorch with a squirt gun.
First it skipped us and it started burning our neighbor's house past us. We thought we were okay. Evacuated anyway, and today came back and the house was gone. Photos and SD cards and the smallest things, one bag of clothes and one bag for the animals. And that's about all that would fit.
The fire was there. There was black, heavy smoke with debris just flowing at us. And I didn't know if our neighbors got out, and my phone didn't work, so I didn't know if anybody was stuck.
Parked the patrol car and saw the frenzy of them trying to grab stuff, and I unhooked the RV, and as we were pulling the RV down the driveway, there's such thick smoke we could barely even see the house at that point. And patrol car didn't make it, but hey, that's okay. They're
this guy's staying ever positive, even in the literal worst possible situation. Okay, this one is from NBCLA.
He now stands at more than 20,600 acres with 17% containment this morning. And firefighters remain at the scene trying to get control of the flames as more than 100 structures have burned in just a matter of hours. Let's check in with NBC4's Annette Arriola live in Camarillo with a look at the devastation.
Actually, I think we've seen enough of the devastation, and you know this is a perfect time because I was really hoping this person, or well, person was wrong. This bird would be here. That being Donald Duck. Good to see you, Donald. By the way, and this story is basically for you. In the wake of the fire, at least some were saved. Let's take a look. Dozens of ducks were rescued from this California fire in Rio County, California. Thankfully, these ducks here made it to safety. Oh, there you go.
Now, the Lincoln County Sheriff.
Even in the face of the fire, people made sure to save the ducks. All right. Let's go on now to Colorado, because we were talking about how they were going to get hit by a snowstorm this weekend, and well, yeah, that definitely happened. That definitely happened. Let's take a look.
Is not mincing words right now. He needs people to stay off the roads because they're already dealing with stranded cars and rescues, and we've got another round of snow that is headed our way.
I don't know how I'm going to get the people stranded. I don't know how we're going to get people to hospitals. This one's got me worried.
The sheriff said that they just simply do not have the resources to get to every emergency.
And we want to bring in Jared File from CDOT now. Jared, we heard the warning there from the Lincoln County Sheriff. We saw the images out there of people stranded out on the roads. What is CDOT doing to prepare for those conditions east of here, and what is your advice?
Yeah, so east is going to be ugly. Fortunately, our crews last night were able to open up I-70 to get some of those people who were stuck in between last night. We're able to clear about a dozen trucks and passenger vehicles, so that'll help at least. But people really need to realize that this is, if this is a twin part of the storm, we only saw the Danny DeVito side so far. Arnold Schwarzenegger's coming to hit.
So as you can all see here, I mean, it is mid-November, and that means
winter is coming.
That's right. Winter is coming. Let's take a look at more of this storm's effect. This time, people enjoying
Snow really
the
hampering
storm.
operations out at the airport right now. More than 600 flights have been delayed and another 475 canceled. Airlines hit the hardest out of DAA are SkyWest, Southwest, and Frontier.
On the mountains, we had 3 more ski resorts open up today. Those are Winter Park, Copper Mountain, and Breckenridge. And as we've been showing you, it was a fantastic day for people who actually need the snow. Your reporter of the mountain, Spencer Wilson.
Need is an interesting word to use, but okay.
As those flakes fell down.
Mother Nature dictates when ski resorts up
But
here
it
in
is true.
Colorado
You do
get
need
to
snow
actually
for skiing.
open up to the public. And for a couple of these areas, they've been a little nervous about when they're going to get these chairs spinning. But thanks to the last week and the storms we've gotten, it is finally opening day.
Nervous because it's been a historically hot and dry October, with few opportunities not only to make snow with snow guns, but hold natural snow into a bigger base. Nervous, like a first-time snowboarder who's never been on a chairlift before.
Never. I'm really good at one-wheeling, so I'm hoping this is like one-wheeling.
But thankfully for Kelsey and for the
She's hoping it's
Coloradans who
like
like to get up on the hill,
one-wheeling?
the snow
No, it's not. I think we can say hands down it's not like one wheeling. All right. Now let's go back to the storm. And not the fun part of it. I'm sorry.
Continue on with our weather coverage here. I want to bring into the conversation from the National Weather Service, Scott Overpeck. He's here.
You're worried about Jerry? I'm sure Jerry will be back. I'm sure she's just taking a personal break. You know, some Jerry time. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes we all need a little bit of little me time, little break from all of the doom and gloom.
To us just about the snowstorm that's happening in New Mexico. The governor has now declared a state of emergency. Scott, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
And so when we're talking about some of these snowstorms, can you kind of explain what's happening on the ground there in New Mexico for folks who are in other parts of the country?
Well, we had a storm system that formed over Arizona and has moved over the state the last couple of days and is currently on its way out. The problem is that we had a lot of moisture with this system and it produced a lot of snow, especially up in the San Cristo Mountains, and even pretty widespread across much of the state. And this has really caused a lot of travel problems on the main roads like Interstate 40 and Interstate 25. Up from Santa Fe through up to Raton Pass. So very dangerous conditions to develop. And currently that system is on its way out and hopefully allowing for people to recover from this.
Absolutely. And we're taking a look at some of the video footage that we have from the city of Santa Fe. Again, completely snow covered at this point. Let's also take a live look at what things are looking like in New Mexico on the ground right now. It's, like you said, on the way out. The skies look clear at this point from this vantage point, but these storms are just so powerful when they come through. Is this typical of something that you see at this point in early November?
I think that's part of the problem is that in early November, we don't see this very often. Now, back in 2020, in October 26th to the 28th, we did have a powerful winter storm come through New Mexico. So it's not unusual, but just a week or so ago this year, October 28th, we had a record high here in Albuquerque at 84 degrees. And now we're having snow and the winter storm. So that really catches people off guard and they're not really prepared for what's about to happen.
Yeah, and that's part of what climate change entails. Is the unexpected nature of the weather because of that, right? And it's something that I don't think people quite understand. Snow will exist at least for some time with the existence of global warming, but it's about when people are, expecting these things, it changes, or people get used to the warm, and then massive snowstorm comes. It's like. At some point, the weather is just going to continue to become so erratic that it's going to be incredibly hard to even, to assume what's going to happen in the season. Like we saw how long certain seasons have been extended this year, whether it be fire season keeps getting longer and longer, hurricane season keeps getting longer and longer. These sorts of things, it's just all part of it. All right, yeah, so northern New Mexico and Colorado got absolutely smashed by this snowstorm. And apparently, not only did they have to declare a state of emergency, but also tens of thousands of people lost power. This is just some random video I found of the snow. It honestly looks kind of beautiful and fun right now. Like, I kind of want to jump into it a little bit. All right, let's keep it moving. I just put that in there for Sunday Fun Day, honestly, just because it was pretty.
We begin with wild weather and wildfires on both coasts and a blizzard in between. This is Interstate 80 in Wyoming. Today, it was shut down in both directions for several hours between Laramie and Cheyenne after fog and black ice caused several crashes. No word on injuries. Today, Colorado is digging out after its first major snowstorm. Amounts measured not in inches, but feet. CBS's Sarah Horbakowitz is in the town of Kiowa. Sarah.
Good evening. The snow has stopped falling after overnight blizzard-like conditions dumped up to 4 feet of snow in the mountains and up to 1.5 feet on the plains. This is the biggest November snowstorm here in decades. Colorado is digging out after 5 days of nearly nonstop snowfall.
I mean, it's a lot for the first snow, but I think it's part of every year.
Not everyone was ready.
Jackknife tractor trailers clogged major highways in Colorado, forcing the closing of I-70 and I-25 to big rigs. My colleague at CBS Colorado, Alan Janae, talked to a truck driver who was fined over $1,000 for not having chains on his tires.
You said the temperatures may be warming up, but a lot of people and businesses are still dealing with the fallout from the 5-day snowstorm. This is a look at Excel's current outage map. So right now they're reporting more than 20 outages across the metro area, affecting over 100 customers. Now that is down extensively from the start of this storm. So our Sam Pena breaks down the numbers and catches up with a Denver coffee shop after days without power.
It's a quiet but busy shop. The loyal customers at Quincy Coffee are enjoying a warm cup of joe following the cold winter snowstorms that pelted Colorado this week.
We were closed for about a day and a half.
Snowstorms that knocked out their power.
Was at least out for 12 hours, but it was on and off,
leading to heavy losses.
We lost about $1,000 in sales and inventory.
Barista Michael Reels says they had to throw out most of their dairy and perishable items after they lost refrigeration.
We're highly dependent on dairy and refrigeration. Having to rebuy everything is kind of a pain.
They're not the only ones who lost.
No kidding. I think dairy's got to be one of the most bought products at coffee shops aside from coffee. Or used ones at least. But yeah, like they were saying, tens of thousands of homes and or businesses without power from that snowstorm that hit the southwest. Hopefully they are getting that taken care of. But you know, while we're here, we might as well watch this. There's another Sunday Funday video I snuck in. You deserve it. You didn't get a real Sunday Funday. Come on. This guy is enjoying the snow a little too much. I mean, he is just sort of sprawled out here. So chill. Literally. Literally chill. Winter is coming. All right. Seems like winter is here in some places. Other places, not so much. But very cute bear. Huge fat bear. Who should be hibernating, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what he's doing lounging in the snow. Aside from catching snowflakes. On the tongue. Alright, now let's go to the other side of the country, to New Jersey, where wildfires are raging outside of the New York City area. The northern New Jersey, oh fuck, what's the name of this forest? I forget.
The ground blackened and smoking in New Jersey. A brush fire sending plumes of smoke over the Hudson.
And it's all fueled by dry conditions. When will we see rain again? Lonnie Quinn has an update tracking the latest in the weekend forecast. Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson.
I'm Maurice Dubois. Firefighters have been battling a new brush fire in New Jersey, this one in Englewood Cliffs.
The fire is burning along the Palisades Parkway, sending smoke across the Hudson River into New York City. And it's not the only wildfire burning in Jersey right now. Forest crews are busy in the southern part of the state, battling brush fires in Jackson Township, Glassboro, and Voorhees.
We have team coverage for you. Lonnie is tracking the dry conditions fueling those fires. Natalie spoke with experts about the impact on air quality. Natalie Dudridge, that is. And let's begin with Christine Sloan. She is live in Englewood Cliffs. Christine.
Maurice, this is an area popular with hikers and walkers who come here to enjoy the views of the Hudson River. But right now, the Palisades trails remain closed as firefighters try to completely bring this blaze under control. Along the walking trail on the Palisades, smoke, ashes, and flames taking over the scenery. For people coming to enjoy city and Hudson River views, a shocking sight.
Just saw the fogginess and we're like, what's going on? And then we came in here.
A New Jersey Fire Service chopper spent the day dropping water on the brush fire that's consumed more than 39 acres of land coming close to a boat basin and could be seen by drivers on the George Washington Bridge.
There's no houses along here. It's preserved, so it's just going to destroy the nature. It's not going to destroy anybody's home unless it jumps over the highway, which I doubt.
Firefighters, though, overwhelmed. They've been battling.
Well, she doubts it, so thankfully.
Unless it jumps over the highway, which I doubt.
Sure, there'll be no way that happens.
Firefighters, though, overwhelmed. They've been battling one fire after another in New Jersey.
Crews are obviously getting tired because they've been running. But we will continue to do our job the best we can.
Officials say drought conditions are fueling fires that in the southern part of the state have come dangerously close to homes. Up north near the Palisades, a red flag warning. Winds raising the threat of forest fires. Residents are being asked to be vigilant. Officials say anything from a cigarette to dumped ashes to flying dry leaves to malfunctioning equipment can spark a fire.
All right, that one was from a few days ago. This one's from
brush
Sunday?
fires burning in New Jersey and sparking in the city. The smoke from at least one fire blowing across the Hudson, raising air quality concerns in New Jersey and New York. Tonight, we have team coverage.
No, that didn't last very long. Remember when that lady was saying, I'm pretty sure it's not going to blow across the highway or the Hudson.
Raising air quality concerns in New Jersey and New York. Tonight, we have team coverage as crews work to get these flames under control. Alicia Reed in New Jersey, where several fires are burning at this hour, and Derek Waller is in Brooklyn, where at least one brush fire was reported today. And here in the city, firefighters responded to brush fire this afternoon in Van Cortlandt Park. As Derek Waller reports, it wasn't the only brush fire in Brooklyn.
And here in Garrettson Beach, Brooklyn, firefighters just wrapped up operations after that brush fire that broke out earlier this afternoon. The FDNY tells us the fire broke out around 2:30, and thankfully it's now out and there were no reports of any injuries. It's unclear how it started, but
Now, you might be thinking this to yourself, and you're right. Brooklyn isn't a place traditionally where brush fires or wildfires happen. For multiple reasons.
Windy conditions certainly didn't help. This fire also adding to air quality concerns. A hazy sunset tonight, with those fires also burning in New Jersey and last night's 2-alarm fire in Prospect Park. Neighbors here are taking precautions.
Just been trying to keep the windows closed generally. Try not to walk outside too much, but...
Yeah. That's easy in New York City.
A man now accused of starting these flames in Jackson Township. We've called it the shotgun fire for days now, and now we may know why. Police say this man fired a rifle at the Central Jersey Rifle Range with a type of ammunition that can shoot sparks and flames, and now that man is under arrest. Come on! Hey, thank you so much for joining us tonight on this Saturday. I'm Frances Wang. Crews have battled wildfires in New Jersey every day for over a month now.
This
NBC's
is why
Neil
we...
Fisher has the latest on this arson investigation.
This is why we need to...
rid of the Second Amendment.
People can't be trusted with these sorts of responsibilities,
tonight
apparently.
we've learned that man has been charged with arson and a firearms violation in connection to the shotgun wildfire in Jackson Township, Ocean County.
Tonight, the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office announced that 37-year-old Richard Shishady is responsible for starting this 350-acre wildfire that began at the Central Jersey
Did
Rifle
she say
Range
ammunition?
on Stump Tavern Road. The prosecutor's...
You know what, she very well may have said that, but I don't think we have time for me to personally go back, but I mean, I'm sure you could, you know, sort of go back like 20 seconds.
said, quote, the fire was caused by magnesium shards of a Dragon's Breath 12-gauge shotgun round igniting available combustibles on the berm of the shooting range, end quote. Investigators say Shishady pulled the trigger using illegal ammunition, which started the fire. This one of more than 1,200 wildfires that the state has seen this year, including recent fires in Burlington and Gloucester counties.
Well, at least they know who did it, but Jesus, doesn't stop the wildfire itself, does it? Nope. Turns out, checking my sources here, it says it does not stop the wildfires themselves.
We do begin with the wildfires burning on both coasts tonight. Here in the Northeast, an unprecedented stretch of dry weather is fueling fires outside New York City, and they are now deadly. This weekend, an 18-year-old New York Parks employee died battling a blaze near the New Jersey border. Jesus. The fires created a haze over parts of the region and multiple air quality alerts. And in the West, Southern California's mountain fire has already burned through 30 square miles and destroyed more than 130 structures. Firefighters are struggling to get the upper hand. ABC's Morgan Norwood leads us off with the latest.
Tonight, firefighters in New York and New Jersey racing to put out a dangerous wildfire that's already claimed at least one life. The Jennings Creek fire burning in a rural area about 35 miles northwest of New York City. The 3,000-acre blaze, 0% contained, and threatening more than 24 structures. Conditions, tinder dry, and residents like Doug Jones on edge.
With the dryness, I'm concerned about embers flying over into my house.
Families like Joseph Toomey's preparing in case they need to evacuate.
My wife and I packed up some bags for ourselves and our kids in case we get that order. Everything's kind of ready in the car.
And tragically, officials say 18-year-old Dario Vasquez, a New York State Parks and Recreation aide, was killed battling the fire on Saturday.
It's heartbreaking. It's very unfortunate. You know, wildland firefighting is one of the most dangerous jobs someone can have.
And in the West, the mountain fire scorching more than 30 square miles west of Los Angeles since Wednesday. The fire's rapid spread, fueled by what was the strongest Santa Ana wind event of the year, destroying more than 130 structures. Our Jacqueline.
All right, we already watched the California stuff, so we're going to go next one. This is from earlier today, I think.
The Jennings Creek fire on the New Jersey-New York border.
Right now, voluntary evacuations are underway in Greenwood Lake, that's Orange County, New York. The fire has now grown to 3,000 acres.
And sadly, it has turned deadly after a New York State Parks worker died trying to fight the fire yesterday. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon.
It is a tug of war between the firefighters and the fire.
These images tonight, captured by Orange County Executive Steve Newhouse on the front lines, show the fire threatening homes. So far, firefighters have kept them all safe, but many of their residents aren't home tonight.
Yeah, we had about 40 homes and residents that moved out voluntarily. You know, we didn't really have to encourage them too much because they saw out their window a major firestorm coming their way.
The same firestorm is blamed in the death of 18-year-old firefighter Dario Vasquez, hit by a tree battling the fire on a mountain.
We had grief counts.
Jesus, so 2 people now have died battling these fires within the last 48 hours. Jesus Christ.
On station here last night. It was a very difficult night last night, and then waking up to the fire making advances didn't make it easier today either.
It's called the Jennings Creek wildfire, also impacting Passaic County, New Jersey. Officials there say it's about 10% contained. Here in Orange County, New York, they'll reassess in the morning.
We have to shut down operations at night because it's hard to fight up on that mountain. We don't have enough state rangers. The state is now coming in with major resources tonight and tomorrow.
But the local firefighting effort to protect the houses continues all night. And if anyone does need a place to go, the Village Hall is open as a Red Cross shelter.
Where they can stay, where they can eat, where they can charge their phones.
Local businesses tonight are quiet.
This is terrifying. I mean, there's a lot of very populous places around all of this. So, I mean, this affects a lot of people and could start, drastically affecting a lot of people, more than it is now.
Nothing like this. Tonight's light rain was welcome, but not nearly enough to offset the weak.
I mean, that fire that showed up in Brooklyn should be hugely concerning to people in this moment.
Of bone-dry weather that's led to the drought conditions, and the fire has gotten into the roots of the trees, so it can spread underground.
it's like putting a Band-Aid on something. It will help. Any kind of wet will help. But
yeah, no kidding. And there was some wet weather earlier, like late on Monday, if I recall correctly. There was some rain, but it wasn't enough. At least not yet. Let's go here. This is PBS News Wrap, I think, right? Oh wait, no, I got a couple more. This is another one from
this morning. Crews are struggling to contain a wildfire burning in both New York.
Yeah.
We're going to turn now to the latest on the wildfire, the Jennings Creek fire burning on the border of New Jersey and New York. It has now grown 5,000 acres, and it is now only 20% contained. And as for the weather, the rain last night and into the early morning hours offered a measure of relief for firefighters, but the fire risk has already returned. Chief Meteorologist Lee Goldberg will have the latest in a minute, but we're going to begin with Eyewitness News reporter Joe Torres. He is live in Greenwood Lake with the very latest on the fire. Joe.
Liz and Tanya, yes, 20% containment on this fire that is still burning in New York and in New Jersey. Today, an attack from the air. 2 helicopters that were brought in.
Jesus.
They're each capable
There's so
of dropping
many
hundreds of gallons of
separate
water
fires
onto the flames. But as you look at pictures from Newscopter 7 showing the fire that is still burning in New Jersey as well as in New York, there's a big concern. The winds, if the winds become too strong today, tomorrow, the next day, well, then those choppers can't fly.
Yeah, and the other problem is that wind is also helping spread this fire, and you can see just how flat this smoke is like against the ground, right? Like smoke rises, right? Generally speaking, but wind's gonna push it. But you can see the initial starting point here, but doesn't even seem to actually lift up off the ground until, I don't know, around here. So that's like what? It's hard to tell in terms of perspective from up here, but like at least 100, 200 feet, which has got to mean that wind is moving pretty fast.
And that would make a difficult and dangerous job even more challenging. In Greenwood Lake this afternoon, liftoff for a pair of New York Army National Guard Black Hawk helicopters, each one capable of dropping 660 gallons of water on the Jennings Creek wildfire, a blaze that has already burned 5,000 acres, equally split between New York.
Yeah, and problem with New York is that the ground is completely covered in dry leaves that all just came down within the last few weeks.
York and New Jersey.
This is one of the worst natural disasters the town of Warwick has seen in many, many years. And if things turn south, the threat to life and the threat to property could really take a turn for the worse.
A quarter inch of rain overnight did little to minimize the spread of the wildfire, but it did offer a brief respite for the roughly 230 personnel who traveled from near and far to help tackle one of the worst natural disasters this area has experienced in decades, a wildfire that is only 20% contained.
When I got here this morning, I saw fire trucks from Oneonta. Some of them might be close to Syracuse that traveled throughout the night.
It was especially frightening yesterday when the smoke was so thick and you could smell it everywhere. And I walked out to my car and I saw ashes all over my car.
Yeah, that would be terrifying to come out to. It's like, oh, we just barely skirted a disaster just now. I mean, Jesus. Okay, PBS NewsHour. Oh, wait, this is News Wrap, isn't it? Nah, PBS, screw you. We're skipping you. Let's go to this. This is wild. And I actually was going to talk about this a lot earlier, but because I didn't stream on Sunday and everything else we've been talking about, this is only going to be coming up now. But it's about time we talk about this. I've been wanting us to talk about this one for a while, but it's just not. It's honestly not the most pressing story, but it's definitely one of the most hilarious stories. Let's see. Yeah, I gotta skip ahead to this. That's it, chat. All right. Time for us to talk monkeys. little monkey business.
Police in South Carolina's Low Country are asking people to keep their doors and windows locked. Workers are laying traps to catch dozens of monkeys that escaped from a research facility last night. CBS News spoke with the company's CEO. Dave Malkoff reports.
The 43 rhesus macaques made a break for it on Wednesday, escaping from the Alpha Genesis Primate Research Center in Yemassee, South Carolina.
The caretaker was doing her normal routine. She failed to secure the doors, and the monkeys basically just bolted through the opening. They're very social monkeys.
It's a jailbreak. We're getting out of here.
So when the first
Come on, fellas.
The door, the others tend to just follow right along.
So the reason why they got out,
don't look back.
Literally, monkey see, monkey do.
Absolutely.
President and CEO Greg Westergaard says the monkeys, which are used for vaccine development, are hanging out in the woods near the facility. A bystander says he saw the escape, although...
Now, I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, it gets pretty cold in the winter, of course, but in South Carolina, I'm trying to think of what the actual habitat for macaques is. I think it might be slightly too cold for them. So I'm fascinated to see what's about to happen with all this. But
the video he recorded could not be verified by CBS News.
I think they're having an adventure.
Yeah,
fugitive primates are
undoubtedly. Now this was from 4 days ago. Let's move a little bit more to the current. This is from 2 days ago.
Take a look at this video right here as the search does continue for 43 monkeys.
I'm not gonna lie. The thing that this makes me think of, movie Project X, yeah, I'm familiar with that. But the first one that actually came to mind when I heard this was 28 Days Later, right? Like the zombie apocalypse movie where infected monkeys infect humans, and then, well, you know, zombie apocalypse, of course. And it's just like, it's the first one because I remember I watched that. I was pretty young when that came out. And it just stuck in my mind.
For medical research that escaped from a compound in South Carolina. Police here about an hour outside of Savannah, Georgia.
Like that was the first one, but then like the thing that comes like immediately after that for me is the CLIT commander, of course. The coalition for the what is it? The liberation of itinerant tree dwellers. That being yes, Jay and Silent Bob. Yes, exactly.
Monkeys made a break for it Wednesday from the Alpha Genesis facility, and the video actually shows the monkeys nearby. You can see them in the distance there, kind of run by in the middle of your screen. Now, they're all females and are the size of a cat, weighing about 7 pounds, all of them bred to sell to medical and other researchers. Police say they've been seen exploring the outer fence of the compound, cooing at the monkeys that are still inside. Authorities in the town are recommending people who live within a mile from downtown keep their windows and doors closed and call 911 if they see the monkeys, but do not approach them. However, they also add the monkeys pose no risk to public health. A lot to discuss.
Phew. At least we don't have to worry about zombie apocalypse. That is good. I think there's more footage of this. Yeah, one more.
The search is on for dozens of escaped animals in South Carolina. 43 monkeys bred for medical research broke their way out of a compound on Wednesday. I'm sure you've heard about it. Law enforcement and health officials say they don't pose a threat to humans, but people who live nearby are being warned to stay clear of those creatures and call 911 if they see the monkey.
That's right. I guess call 911 if you see them. But also, there appears to be a suspect. Wait, God damn it. How dare you? You're ruining the timing right now. Hope you know that.
Jay, before you go, could you say something to the camera about the clitoris?
What?
Man, you're such a bitch. Shut up, Justice. She's just a little embarrassed. She just did this documentary for our human sexuality class, and we need a male perspective on the clitoris.
The female clitoris?
Yes.
Yeah. Jay, you don't have to do this.
No, it's cool on. There's a few things I could say about the clit I'd like you to hear. I am the master of the clit. Remember this fucking face. Wherever you see clit, you'll see this fucking face. I make that shit work. No one rules a clit like me. Not this little fuck. None of you little fucks out there. I am the clit commander. When it comes down to business, this is what I do. I pinch her like this. Oh, you little...
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. So that is, yeah, that's the current, suspect. No, I'm kidding. But, I can't help it. These clips, they happen.
I'm Reg Hartner with an exclusive News Now bulletin. A Provasic animal testing facility in Boulder was the focus of an attack by a terroristic primate rescue syndicate calling themselves the Coalition for Liberation of Itinerant Tree Dwellers, or simply CLIT. In a videotape sent to authorities this morning, credit for the liberation of an orangutan from the lab last night is taken by these men, identified in literature that accompanied the tape as Jay and Silent Bob. In this chilling clip, they make it very clear that they are in control.
Chilling is one way to put it.
We are the Clit. None of you are safe. Now tremble before the might of our merciless leader.
I am the clit commander.
Terrifying. Now, here to help us explain this footage is Federal Wildlife Marshal Willenholly. Marshal Willenholly, thanks for joining us. At this point, what can you tell us about the clit?
From the intelligence we've been gathering, we've discovered that the clit is actually a tiny offshoot of the labia.
The Liberate Apes Before Imprisoning Apes movement.
Exactly. Now, the two men that you saw in the video, they go by the obvious code names of Jay and Silent Bob. If anyone out there should come across them or any other clitties, please exercise extreme caution.
See?
Well, there you have it from two very reputable individuals. Exercise extreme caution. All right, now let's go to this. You're cringing in your boots. I'm so sorry for you and the cringing that just happened. It was unavoidable. The reference, it needed to happen. It's one of the only opportunities to ever even make that reference ever. Probably won't ever get another time. And shoulda, coulda, woulda type of deal, right? All right, let's go to this because the situation in Spain still not at all really improved. Still quite horrible. If you haven't heard or seen any of the footage surrounding all this, we have some of that for you now. The last couple days. This is more footage of people going through are completely flooded underground car garages where there are believed to be people trapped inside of these underground garages, as well as other places in the Valencia area. It's still not clear just how many people are yet dead from this catastrophe, because of the fact that the flooding still has not subsided. They still have not managed to pump all of the water out and get it all out of all the different places. As you can see, devastation is just incredible in the worst way possible. I mean, you can see this, like an entire rail line just moved as if it was, Lego pieces. Just utterly horrifying levels of devastation in this area.
Estaban aquí esperando y vino el agua y no dio tiempo a nada. Y mi hermano lo arrastró y terminó cogido allí a una valla.
Sorry. I just can't speak Spanish, so this is a struggle to watch without subtitles. Unfortunately, AP Archive never want to do the work for us.
Bien, el Capri.
Y el agua, como puede ver, hasta dónde ha llegado. En la pared.
Yeah.
Aquí habían sobre 20 coches. Y todos los coches se han ido de barro, no agua, barro. Sí, ha sido una catástrofe muy grande.
I understood at least some of that. Yeesh. Does look pretty catastrophic. Part of the problem here is that Valencia doesn't historically get, big floods. So this sort of flood that happened, the government wasn't prepared for. The infrastructure itself was not built to withstand this. And, well, as you can see, the results are clear. But this is, in fact, a warning sign for much of the world. Certainly the most populous areas that are along the coasts that may or may not have the necessary sort of infrastructure for this stuff. And the fact is, Valencia is a little inland, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look at a map real quick, second. I'm almost forgetting exactly where. No, it's not on. It's not inland. Where is this? Why can't I? No, don't zoom in. Oh, I hate the way Google Maps works. Stop this nonsense. Oh, fuck you. Oh, good. Oh, that's what I get for trying to do something like that. Oh, now my browser has decided to stop working. Very helpful. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted. Please hold. Okay. So yeah, no, Valencia is not inland. It is somewhat coastal area, but yeah, I think it's on the Mediterranean. Although maps are not working right now. Sorry. Oh, but there we go. At least my browser's working. Well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna do this again. Yeah, it's on the interior Mediterranean coast there. Jesus. All right. Where are we? But this is clearly a big warning sign for many other cities that may not be prepared for flooding in places that, that hasn't historically happened a whole lot. And so, how humanity manages to sort of catch up to the state of our climate will directly affect literally people's survival. I mean, the fact is, these floods have brought the entire city to a complete standstill. You can tell by just how many people are out here trying to get this done.
Parts of Spain recently flooded by deadly, devastating flash floods are now facing the buildup of rubbish and accompanying rats and health issues. Local authorities are calling for the organization of military trucks to take rubbish from the areas affected to recycling and waste management plants. Though plants might not be that far away, congestion and ruined roads means it takes a long time for lorries to arrive there. The buildup of rubbish has created a public health problem, which was then exacerbated by the proliferation of rats following the flood. Almost 2 weeks after the floods, rescue teams in Valencia are working against the clock to locate the people still missing.
I can't believe how long it's been since this actually first hit. But this is footage of people coming out in the thousands, tens of thousands, according to The Guardian, in Valencia to protest the government's mismanagement of all of this. And one thing that I think that is important to at least put into perspective for all this, I mean, right now I'm sure everybody is very upset in Valencia. But the fact is, I mean, well, I don't know about the infrastructure. I do know that Spain has at least been doing more than their fair share in terms of trying to combat climate change, switching their grid over to renewables. Now, I don't know. It seems like they did not do enough in terms of infrastructure and preparing for potential, climate disasters. But at least they're doing that, right? I'm going to give them that small, what do you call it? It's not congratulations. It's another word. A small bit of credit, right? Credit where credit's due, but obviously in this particular circumstance, I mean, literally hundreds of people have died from this flood. And, I don't blame people for being upset.
Estamos vivos, no sé cómo, y lo único que quiero decir es que este abandono y esta negligencia institucional se tiene que pagar.
Okay, now, actually, let's go here. As you can see, the government didn't appreciate being so outwardly criticized. They sent the police down to crack down on these protests, although the police look kinda scared, at least at this moment. What the fuck? I take it back. He just ran and just attacked some, appeared to be some random dude walking. Just sort of chilling. Blam. Jesus Christ. Well, this seems unnecessary. I think people should have a right to be protesting in this moment. But seems like Spain's not a big fan of all of these protests. All right. Now, let's move along. Got some more stories here to look at. Some good, some bad. Yeah, let's go here. A little fall.
We're going to meet someone who's been
drone
described as
footage. Sort of help bring you to perhaps a more well, I hope that was chicken soup for your soul, at least momentarily. We got some more stuff to look at though. Let's go here to this in Africa. Sudan specifically, as they are facing a particularly sort of human-centric version of climate-driven problems here. That if you're not picking up on what's happening here. Not only, we talked about Sudan getting hit by floods earlier this year. They've been having some problems there. It also happens to be in sort of a delta region. And the problem that's being exacerbated by these floods, or being created, it's not even exacerbated. Well, somewhat, I mean, well, there's already a problem that exists, I guess, when you really think about it. Not just in terms of the effect, but like the oil drilling that's happening in Sudan is not good for the groundwater to begin with. But then you start having these floods happening, churning up all of that in a place where the regulations on some of these oil refining and drilling sort of things are almost non-existent, and people are, leaving uncapped wells and all sorts of other stuff, and which leads inevitably to even worse effects than you might have with more regulations, and just devastate. Woof, this whole situation is so fucked. As if the region didn't have enough issues, right? It's not like there's already tens of millions of people in Sudan literally on the brink of famine, or an ongoing war with accompanying ethnic cleansing. Nope, not like those things are happening. Like floored. It's like I'm watching it for the first. Well, I guess I literally am. It really hits when you can see it. Something about that. In this area, you feel like they get stuck in the mud. Jeez. What are we doing on time right now? We got to keep going. Suffice to say, this is worth a watch. It's the BBC. Now let's go to Asia, because there's a number of other things climate-wise going on there. First to Pakistan. This is an Al Jazeera report from 10 hours ago. Apparently hundreds of people have now been hospitalized in Pakistan as smog in the area has reached record levels, enshrouding the city or the country essentially in just horrifying pollution.
And you can't step outside, you can't take the kids anywhere, you can't even open your doors and windows because then the smog comes in and it's terrible.
Many patients say they have a cough or feel burning. Hundreds have been admitted to hospital due to the smog.
लोगों को कहना होता है कि आपने मास्क
They
लगाना
tell
है,
people to wear
मास्क
masks,
पहनने के
not to
अलावा
go out if
उनको
there is no
काउंसलिंग
need
कर
for
दिया है
it.
कि आपने बिला वजह घर से नहीं निकलना
For the ones
और
who are already
already
asthmatic or
asthmatic
have
हैं या
respiratory disorders, their
सांस की
conditions
बीमारी
only
है,
get
इनकी बढ़
worse.
जाती है।
The air quality index in Lahore has passed the 1,000 mark repeatedly this month. Anything above 300 is considered hazardous, so it's literally over 3 times worse than hazardous. Authorities have warned a complete lockdown could be imminent. You can't even see anything. It includes guidance, including wearing face masks. This is wild. The government don't seize factories and industries emitting smoke. They are unable to seize smoke emitting, causing educational systems. Sorry. They are unable to seize smoke emitting vehicles, closing educational institutions without curbing these reasons of smog is not a solution. Lahore is Pakistan's second largest city with over 13 million residents. It is consistently one of the most polluted cities in the world. This is horrifying. The province of Punjab has set up a smog war room to tackle severe pollution. My God. Alright, now let's go to the Philippines, as another typhoon has hit them. And in fact, there was a typhoon that hit them that we didn't even cover because of the presidential election. Kongray, I think it was called. But this is a new one already. Jesus. That wind. Seems like so many places in this world are literally going underwater. And it seems like barely anybody is talking about it. You know? But like places like the Philippines, like Sudan we were just talking about, like, you know, Bangladesh, Tuvalu. I mean, there's so many places we could go down the list on that are struggling with problems like this, where their homes are vanishing beneath the ocean, essentially, or floodwaters. Ah, boy. Okay, last environmental story, and then we gotta do global news. All right, let's go to Australia, where apparently the first ever emperor penguin known to reach Australia has been found on a tourist beach. Probably normal? I mean, wait, not normal? It's incredibly strange. Penguin's not supposed to be there. All right, let's go here. Even though people have been urging Elon Musk to stop sending so many goddamn satellites into space, well, his business, that being Starlink, demands it. And also, SpaceX gets to do the launches, so it's kind of a win-win-win for him. For the rest of us, especially those in space, and perhaps those on Earth who may be concerned about space junk coming flying down on them, this may not be so great. But this was earlier today. Little space news for you. Here's a Falcon 9 SpaceX launch, where they are about to throw another 22 Starlink satellites up into low Earth orbit, further cluttering the space which yours truly occupies.
Falcon 9 is in startup. Starlink 6-69, go for launch.
Must have some sort of goddamn shield.
T-minus 30 seconds.
GSL has the right to self-defense. So true, so true.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Engines full power, and liftoff of Starlink 669. Go Falcon, go Starlink. Nice. Vehicles pitching downrange. What do you chances are nominal?
Yeah. Well, guess I'll have to continue dealing with all these satellites flying by the space station. Okay. Now let's get to Earth news. And here is some, I'm sure everyone in this chat will be thrilled and just relieved to hear this. I mean, this is something we don't cover a lot, but the way that the Associated Press wrote this title, I could not help myself. King Charles III and Kate attend remembrance events as both slowly return to duty. Associated Press from a day ago. Thank God they can return to their duty. What is that again? I seem to be forgetting. Oh, thank God they're back so they can awkwardly stand here. Very glad. I mean, whew. I know we talk about how we're worried about the state of the world, but at least we have King Charles III and Princess Kate back. I mean, whatever would we do without them? Literally anything else, in my estimation. Alright, damn. Well, I guess we're gonna skip this one because this is really a Sunday Funday story. It's absolutely irrelevant. All right, let's go here. Associated Press. 2 days ago, which, if you didn't know, marked the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. Who's in charge of the horn section? Oh my god, these guys suck. It's supposed to be a serious remembrance, and they got these third-rate horn players in the back. Can't even take it seriously. Okay, let's go here. Guardian news from a day ago. Ukraine and Russia trade huge drone strikes. Yay, more war. You thought the wall fell? That thing's at least 8 foot high. I'm pretty, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that's specifically a remembrance wall that is not very long at all, and is just on the location of the former wall. But I do see your confusion. I'm now that you say it, I'm also a little confused. Where's Hasselhoff? I don't know. I'm not. Do I look like I'm in charge of David Hasselhoff's sun tanning schedule?
Было страшно, что звук, потом затихающий звук этого мопеда, и все, сюда уже.
Okay. Now let's go here. To this great development in the Ukraine-Russia situation as it relates to the old US of A.
Sources are telling CNN about Donald Trump's congratulatory post-election phone conversation with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. It was joined by the tech tycoon, as we noted, Elon Musk. Our Brian Todd has more on that for us. Brian, what does the billionaire's presence on this important phone conversation tell us about Trump's approach to foreign policy in his second term?
Wolf, it tells us that Donald Trump will be about as unpredictable with foreign leaders this time as he was in his first term. And that's put Volodymyr Zelensky and his country on edge. More than 2 months before he even steps back into the Oval Office, Donald Trump has already thrown a controversial wrinkle into his foreign policy, having billionaire Elon Musk join a call between the president-elect and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
I mean, wow. Just wow. It's pretty shocking that he would bring in just a random non-government official like Elon Musk into a conversation like that. I mean, apparently Elon Musk may be in government in the future, but he certainly isn't now. And it's just one of those weird Donald Trump moves that's like makes you really question all sorts of stuff as to what the future looks like.
Day after the election. That's according to a source with knowledge of the situation who spoke to CNN.
It's an extraordinary breach of what we might consider to be any kind of normal protocol. I really find it to be an indicator also of who it is that Donald Trump is listening to as he prepares potentially to abandon this partner of the United States, Ukraine.
The Ukrainians have been concerned.
Yeah. Well, apparently Ukraine policy is going to be dictated by Elon Musk now. Now, apparently, at least according to many sources, Donald Trump also had another phone call with a different leader. You may be guessing who that is. However, that individual is denying this phone call. Never heard of it.
What you talking about?
Kremlin has denied reports that President Putin and President-elect Donald Trump spoke on the phone. The Washington Post is saying that Mr. Trump spoke with the Russian president just hours after his election win last week, urging him not to escalate the war in Ukraine. But in the past few minutes, the Kremlin's leader's spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has denied that there was any call, saying it doesn't correspond at all to reality. It's completely made up. It's false information. There was no conversation.
Okay.
Well, according to the Post, Mr. Trump made the call from his Mar-a-Lago residence, where he's said to have reminded President Putin about the large US military presence in Europe and expressed interest in further efforts to end the war in Ukraine.
Weird. He expressed further efforts. He wants to end the war in Ukraine. Okay, that seems good. That seems good. Wait, what's this?
Out of the war in Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia is expanding its offensive, launching a record 145 drones in just one day. Glide bombs, in addition to drones, and a ballistic missile were also launched into Ukraine, killing at least 6 civilians, injuring about 30 more. Meanwhile, Russia is massing 50,000 troops. That includes North Korean soldiers for what looks to be a new offensive in Kursk. That's that region in Russia that has been partially occupied by Ukrainians. Ukrainian intelligence tells ABC News that this video right here, it shows North Korean soldiers in Russia. ABC's Patrick Reevil joins us now with more. So Patrick, what's the latest on...
Okay, that's good enough. Thank you, ABC, for the headline. Weird. Seems like Putin is continuing to want to fight the war. It's weird. It just sort of is counterintuitive. All right, let's go on to the Middle East. Hey, we've done pretty good, though. We've made up time. 5 hours. I think I did pretty good with the 2 short breaks today. Somehow we managed to get through this in 6 hours. Really good job, everybody. I think it's partly all of your doing, really, if anything. I'm just here. I'm just along for the ride. Let's go. Where do we start? You know, fuck it. We're gonna look at this video again. We looked at this earlier this week, I think. It might have been during like one of the streams that are private on Patreon, though. So we're gonna do this twice. Let's go here. To Lebanon first. Baalbek at a World UNESCO Heritage Site.
يوم حزين بمدينة بعلبك لهيدي الاستهدافات الغاشمة من العدو الإسرائيلي اللي استهدف مدينة بعلبك واستهدف المناطق الأثرية فيها. اليوم المبنى اللي تم استهدافه. So
if you were wondering to yourself whether or not Israel actually can do whatever it wants, I mean, if everything else hasn't told you that they can do whatever they want, this should at least give you a little bit more clarity. You know, they're just attacking literally like ancient ruins now, right? Like, this is insane. Come on. Stuff that's supposed to be like double protected by by UNESCO statutes as well. I mean, it's clearly not a military target, and it's just ridiculous. Let's go and see some of Israel's recent attacks on civilian areas in Lebanon's capital of Beirut. And, you know, this appears to be an apartment building. And I don't really care if there's somebody in here who could be deemed Hezbollah or whatever, right? Because this is a civilian fucking apartment building. You don't You don't justify this kind of stuff with, oh, there's a target there, right? It's nonsense, and we've been hearing it since Gaza, and it needs to stop, right? Israel's hoping that sort of narrative will carry it through this as well, but it's wild and it's unacceptable. And the further, this goes, the more. I mean, we have to talk about whether or not this is going to happen in other places. Like, I don't know, your city or someplace in Europe or, wherever else. Because if like this kind of stuff is acceptable, hitting UNESCO sites, hitting apartment buildings, because some sort of ethereal, substantiated claim that Israel wants to make justifies these things, I mean, it has to be applied across the board, which turns the world into a fucking a shit show beyond that. Here's some more footage. I mean, this is insane. Look at this. This is insane. We just got done watching people doing this for wildfires, and now we're watching people having to put out fires caused by bombs. The world feels like it's on fire. If it's not on fire, it's underwater. If it's not both of those things or one or the other, it's probably being ruled by fascists. I don't know. Just that's where it feels like we're at right now. And slipping into this fucking state of things far too long. Alright, we're gonna skip this one. Let's just go to this Reuters report from a few days ago. Well, it's actually a UN report that Reuters was reporting on.
Nearly 70% of verified Palestinian deaths in the Gaza war have been women and children. That's according to the UN Human Rights Office on Friday, which condemned what it called a systematic violation of the fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. Israel's diplomatic mission to the UN in Geneva said it categorically rejected the report. The UN tally since the start of the war, in which Israel's military is fighting Hamas militants, includes only fatalities it has managed to verify with 3 sources. And count.
Is everyone going broke slowly in New Zealand? Aren't there like a bunch of like super rich people like moving to New Zealand and like buying up land there or something? The fact is, I'm subscribed to a couple New Zealand channels, but there's not a lot of news that we keep up with from there. So yeah, I don't know a whole lot beyond like things like Jacinda and I don't know, Taskmaster New Zealand. All right, no, I know a little bit more than that, but you get my point.
Continues. So the 8,119 Palestinian victims verified by early September is a much lower number than the toll of more than 40,000 at that time provided by Gaza's health authorities. But the UN breakdown backs the Palestinian assertion that women and children represent a large proportion of those killed. Jeremy Lawrence, spokesperson for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, said in many instances the killings of civilians could amount to war crimes.
If committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against a civilian population further to a state or organisational policy, these violations may constitute crimes against humanity.
Thank you,
and if committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, they may also constitute genocide, the report.
Yeah, I think it's more than may. I mean, the ICJ already declared it's probable. So, it's definitely more than maybe. I know that. And my eyes and ears usually don't lie to me, and certainly not on this consistent of a basis, so I think I can personally verify that what we're witnessing is a genocide ongoing, regardless of whether or not it's complete, which is one of the most, sort of horrifying sort of counterclaims I hear people make. It's like they're not all dead yet. Oh, good. Let's try that with any other group of people. Would you like that? Would you like to try that argument? Would you like to try and, pass that logic on to a few other sorts of things? It's like nobody, in no other way, in most other circumstances, nobody would accept that sort of claim. Like, they're still Native Americans. Did they get genocided? Right? They're still Jews. Did the Holocaust? Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, be real with me. Of course, it's a genocide. You don't have to kill everyone for it to be genocidal intent. That's kind of the whole deal, right? I would argue same thing's happening here in Lebanon now. It's the same. Oh shit, we weren't even looking at it, were you? You didn't even see what I was looking at. I'm sorry, chat. But I mean, like, this is... You might as well just imagine Gaza, because this is what it looks like. Look at it. It's just utter and pure destruction. No discrimination. No concern for differentiating between civilian and military. Israel genuinely believes they can get away with doing whatever they want. And you know what? To some degree, they're right. Because America has allowed them to, has continued to fund it, regardless of them listening to us on literally anything. They've ignored the 30-day deadline that was supposedly put out there by the Biden administration on aid. That's come and gone now, if I'm not mistaken. They put it intentionally, in my estimation, for political reasons, to push it out after the actual election day, and yet still that clearly wasn't enough. And my estimation, if they had just actually said and been resolute about it instead of giving them a 30-day timeline, that might actually won them a few votes. I've already said it once, and I'll say it again. I don't know how many. I don't know if I would have won the election or anything. I'm just saying, an actual clear change in policy, or at least shift in stance on all this, would have been pretty. It would have been nice, I think, to hear. And at this point, it doesn't matter because they're on their way out, and Benjamin Netanyahu knows that. That's why they're stepping up their attacks, as you can probably tell here. Although it's maybe hard to tell because of just how much has been going on, but it's yeah. At this point, it's up to the Trump administration. I don't think. I mean, it's clear. All right, what's today? November 12th. So 1, 2, like 3 months until Trump is in office, right? Israel can get by for 3 months without U.S. weapons. Right, or at least more of them. They already have enough. They already have, and it's going to be, it's probably just going to be back to the exact same thing, regardless of this supposed deadline now, right? So it didn't mean anything. It was more symbolic than any of the other things. It was more symbolic than the goddamn $300 million aid pier that delivered exactly zero aid to Palestinians. Fuck's sake. Oh my god, was that a body? Oh, thank God it wasn't a body. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. So this was a courtyard of one of Gaza's main hospitals. It's a defunct hospital. It's no longer running, but it's where people are camped out because it's supposed to still be a safe zone, but clearly Israel not only doesn't give a fuck, they just see it as a sort of lit target on a map. One of those 500-pound bombs. That's fucking horrifying. I'm sorry I didn't warn you on all that, chat. Ah, God. Alright. This is the aftermath of raid in Lebanon. Going back to Lebanon. This is from yesterday. France 24 English. Israeli air raids on eastern Lebanon kill at least 41 people in a day.
These residents of Almat rummaged through the rubble to recover bodies following fresh Israeli airstrikes. This village north of the Lebanese capital is outside Hezbollah's traditional strongholds of South Beirut and South and East Lebanon.
This aggression, as you can see, is part of Israel's narrative, which claims that important military or security figures are present among civilians, or that there are weapons depots. Our response to these Israeli claims is that key military or security figures are on the front lines, not here.
But Almat was not Israel's only target in Lebanon on Sunday. It also struck the south near the city of Tyre and northeast near the city of Baalbek, where there was no prior warning to evacuate. The fighting between Israel and Hezbollah has seen a dramatic escalation since September, after Israel's deadly detonations of pages.
I love how they make it seem like it's this sort of equal situation, where Israel hasn't been the one attacking 10 times more than Hezbollah has, or that Israel's been the one that's invading, whereas Hezbollah's been the one that is defending. And it's just it's pretty ridiculous. Sort of just nonsense once again from France 24. I mean, they're honestly, I expect better from France for whatever reason, and this is one of these blind spots from France 24 that I just find horrifying. They have been so pro-Zionist in terms of messaging. It's very frustrating. They're almost as bad as like CBS. All right. Oh, damn. We made it a long ways. Second to last video already, chat. Really good job for having made it this far. However, the second to last video is actually slightly a longer one, so you might get more content than you're expecting here. But first, let's finish off in Lebanon before we talk about a different situation, which you may have heard of already. But this is actually not in Lebanon. I'm sorry. This is regarding Lebanon. As earlier yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday on Monday, Hezbollah returned fire after these recent Israeli attacks on the capital of Beirut. Many of these rockets were intercepted by Israel. However, a few definitely made it through, although I just realized I don't actually think I have that footage in front of me right now. This is just footage of the Iron Dome intercepting some of these rockets. Oh, there it is. There it is.
We had a rocket attack on the suburbs of Haifa, the Krayot area. We had a lot of rockets falling all over the place, so we sent a lot of ambulances, paramedics and EMTs to give first aid.
Now here's my question to everybody watching. Are these justified? I mean, what we're watching from Israel is being justified. And with that in mind, are these justified? I mean, we don't have any clarity on whether these are specifically military or civilian targets. I mean, of course, every adult in Israel, unless they have exemption, like the Orthodox exemption, which is actually taken away by the Knesset earlier this year. So there's even fewer non-IDF in Israel. But every adult in Israel is essentially an IDF member, unless they're a foreign national. I'm just asking out loud, because I genuinely am struggling with it every day that we look at this shit. Because how am I supposed to be a consistent communicator in any way if I don't condemn these things on all the sides? But if we are we're being continually fed the narrative that all this Israeli attacks pretty much anywhere, literally anywhere, is getting justified by the news media, right? And it's wild that you know, that they paint the other side, you know, in this completely different light. It's like, oh, it's in a suburb and blah blah blah. It's like, well, what the fuck do you call Beirut aside from the capital of a country, a sovereign United Nations Security Council country? It just, you know, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like anybody's taking things seriously. And you know who else doesn't think that anybody's taking things seriously? The Qatari government. It's not me saying that, it's them. Now let's go here to Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. We continue to look at Gaza, where Israeli forces launched a deadly attack early Sunday morning on a residential area in Jabalia, where displaced Palestinians were attempting to shelter, killing at least 36 people, including over a dozen children. Dozens of the victims were reportedly members of the same family asleep when Israeli forces attacked their home. An eyewitness who lost several relatives described the horrific scene.
We were just sitting peacefully. These are innocent citizens who don't belong to any military organization or faction. The eldest man is 70 years old. The house of Abu Sab Alush, Ali Alush, was bombed over the residents' heads without warning, which led to the martyrdom of everyone inside, more than 30 martyrs. Those who were lucky enough to survive were thrown onto the trees, onto the neighbors, and the remains are still scattered under the rubble.
Palestinian journalist Mohammed Khais was killed along with his wife after an Israeli airstrike on their tent in the Nuseirat refugee camp. At least 3 more Gazan journalists were also killed in the Israeli strikes over the weekend. The attacks happened as the people of Gaza marked over 400 days since Israel launched its latest war, and as northern Gaza remains under a brutal siege, with hospitals surrounded by Israeli forces who've issued force.
I'm sorry. I mean, this is all clearly great stuff, but we are on a time crunch, and I really wanted this video to talk about the Qatar situation, because if you haven't heard, Qatari meteors have essentially withdrawn from this process until any sort of seriousness is shown by Americans and Israelis, specifically Israelis, because at this point, they don't care about what America has to say. Not that America's really objected to anything they've done in any real seriousness.
Go to The Hague, where we're joined by Mouin Rabbani, Dutch-Palestinian Middle East analyst, host of the Connections podcast. He's former senior analyst for the International Crisis Group and a contributor to the book Deluge, Gaza and Israel from Crisis to Catalysm. Maureen, welcome back to Democracy Now! In a minute, we're going to ask you about the latest in Amsterdam, where police beat and arrested more than 100 pro-Palestinian protesters Sunday after they defied a ban on demonstrations following street clashes between visiting Israeli soccer fans and Dutch youth. But first, can you talk about the significance of Qatar temporarily withdrawing as a mediator between Israel and Hamas for the Gaza ceasefire talks, and about what's happening currently in Riyadh?
Yes, well, turning to Qatar first, several days ago, there were press reports that Qatar was going to, as you mentioned, suspend its mediation and also show the Hamas exile leadership that has been based in Qatar the door and ask them to leave the country in response to U.S. pressure. The expulsion of the Hamas leaders has been denied by Qatar, but it has indeed, as you mentioned, confirmed that it is suspending its suspending its mediation, saying basically that the parties aren't serious. And I think my own view is that this is something that Qatar and the other mediator, Egypt as well, should have done months ago when it became entirely apparent that there never were serious ceasefire negotiations and that this process was essentially serving as a fig leaf for Israel and for the United States to continue with their war of annihilation in the Gaza Strip and deflect criticism by claiming that they're involved in earnest initiatives to try to put an end to this war. As many of your listeners and viewers will know, every time there appears to be progress, the Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu shifts the goalposts and we're back to square one. And then Antony Blinken is trotted out to say that Hamas is the obstacle. I think it's a good thing that these, at least that Qatar has suspended its efforts, and hopefully Egypt will do so soon as well, because this entire process has from the outset been a complete charade.
So talk about...
I think that wraps it up perfectly. Well, we got through another one, chat. Somehow. This one was particularly long and arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. But till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apok, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped contribute to producing the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.